Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Way of the Protector in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, Protector's Training Part 1. Oi, woman, can't you give it a break? Ichigo yelled in irritation at the goddess of Flash, who was once again lying naked beside him. After he settled in the house of Kukekushiba, Ichigo quickly found out that her longtime friend Yoriyuki Shihoin spent awful lot of time in her house. Whenever Ichigo lied in his bed, he awoke with her next to him. Once again, I have to say, such a prude. Yoriyuki laughed and covered herself lightly with a blanket. Ichigo sighed and rubbed his eyes. I may be yelling at her, but it seems I'm getting used to this. Say, Yoriyuki-san, have you ever been in love? He asked suddenly, making her jump in surprise. What? She looked at him incredulously. It's just, I've never been in love with other girl. I love my family, I love my sisters, and I loved my mother. Never have I felt anything towards a woman that could be called romantic love. How do you know if you're in love? Is it something that can even be described? He dived his face into the pillow and waited. Yoriyuki was looking at him with wide eyes. Did he really ask me? Why do you ask me, Ichigo? He rolled over and glanced at her. Well, I got no one else. Hell would sooner freeze over than me asking Dad this kind of stuff. Everyone else is out of question. I can't exactly ask Rukia either, since for one, she's the one who's the subject of this question, and secondly, she doesn't look like she would know how to answer. Yoriyuki mentally slapped herself. Of course. That was a stupid question. I still seem to forget that he's so young and has no actual experience. Well, I did once love somebody. It was a long time ago. More than 100 years actually. It was a brief love too. Nothing serious. It was him who taught me the Shunpo and made me into Goddess of Flash. Really? Who was it? Ichigo asked in wonder. Yoriyuki shook her head apologetically. I can't talk about him. I mean, I can, I hold no longer feelings towards him, but he's a man of a higher rank than a captain, and so he's one of the secrets I must keep. Ichigo nodded in acknowledgement. So how did I know I was in love with him? That's a tough one, Ichigo. She sat and put her chin on her knees. Yeah, I know, it's just. Tatsuki practically confessed to me, Orium admitted that she feels something too, and now Rukia? Tatsuki and Orium I could handle, since I was sure how I feel about them. With Rukia, I don't think I'm in love with her either, I just wanted to be sure. Ichigo admitted and scratched his head. Yoriyuki raised an eyebrow. Well, to be honest, I'm kind of relieved to hear that. God knows why. To answer your question, if I'd have to think about it, I simply enjoyed his company. Whenever he was around I was feeling happy, as if I was intoxicated. I felt no worries and I could talk to him about anything. I felt no embarrassment in front of him. When he touched me, it gave me a burning sensation. But that's probably right for an impulsive love, the kind that comes and goes in a few weeks. I think that if you truly love someone, you'd do anything for him, you'd want to be with him anytime and anywhere. You'd feel compelled to bring him happiness and you'd want him to be there, next to you, while you're sleeping. I don't know, I'm many times older than you and even I can't give you a proper answer and I'm just mumbling and going around one thing like a repeater. She dropped her head ashamed. To her surprise, she felt a gentle hand on her shoulder. She looked up and saw Ichigo smiling at her. It's okay. I had a feeling that something like that can't be explained by simple words. I only wanted to hear your opinion. You may be a pervert, but I value your input. You're wiser than me, Yoriyuki-san. She looked at him breathless. Wow, he's going to be a lady killer. I almost want to. Oh, am I interrupting something? Devilish voice of Kyokaku interrupted the moment. Kyokaku-san. Ichigo exclaimed in surprise and flushed a little. She flashed to him and whacked him on the head. I told you to call me just Kyokaku. We're family, no need for honorifics. I got it, no need for pain. Ichigo rubbed his head. Yoriyuki meanwhile turned away and put on her clothes. Maybe I should thank her. If she didn't come, I actually could have kissed him. I need a man. When you're being attracted even to a young boy, you know that something's wrong. Why can't Kisuk be just a little bit more normal? She sighed and shook her head. It was almost noon, when an irritated Ichigo walked from the 13th Division barracks. Once again, he couldn't find Rukia, as she was training somewhere and noon in the division knew where. He was starting to consider the fact that Rukia herself didn't want to see him, or that she was even ashamed for what she said to him during the party. He wasn't watching where he was going, and after a little stroll he found himself in front of the 2nd Division. Having nothing else to do, he walked inside and saw the members of the division under strict training from their captain, Sui Feng. After a few minutes, she noticed him and grinned evilly. "What are you doing here, Kurosaki? Finally decided that you want to get your ass kicked in that promised spar." She called out for him, startling him a little. The rest of the squad stopped training and looked at him with curious eyes. "No, you know what? Let's do it. I'm a little bit tense. This should get the blood flowing." Sui Feng rubbed her hands. It was time to beat the brat. "Ichigo is fighting Captain Sui Feng." An excited voice of Matsumoto interrupted the lieutenant's meeting, who stared at her in shock. "What? Why?" Renji jumped from his chair. "I don't know, but it looks like a friendly spar," she replied and ran away to spread the news more. The lieutenants looked at each other and jumped from their chairs and flashed to 2nd Division barracks. Captain Sui Feng wasn't grinning anymore. In fact, she was frowning. She thought that she would beat Ichigo in a few minutes, but he was proving a lot more competent opponent than she thought. "So? I thought you were going to show me." Ichigo taunted her. "I say that, but if I didn't have my Iero, I'd be probably limping." "She's good, really good," he thought and cracked his knuckles. "Don't get too cocky, brat," she yelled back and flashed to him, aiming to kick him in the head. Ichigo quickly ducked and then rolled, as he was sure that it was just a feint. He was proved right, as he felt her leg fell on the dust a little on his left. From his crouching position, he tried to swipe her legs, but she saw through his move and quickly jumped, with her fist flying at his face. "Whoa!" He slapped her hand away just in time and grabbed her at the collar, trying to throw her through his shoulders. He succeeded, but without effect, as she rolled in the air and landed as a cat, on all four. "She's more agile than me. On the other hand, I have more strength." Once again, she tried to surprise him with a flying kick, and this time he didn't duck. Instead, he decided to find out if his Iero could withstand her kick directly. Sui Feng widened her eyes when she saw him extend his hand. She tried to outmaneuver him, but wasn't quick enough and he caught her leg in midair. "Wow, it only stings a little bit. This'll get handy," Ichigo thought as he felt only a slight pain in his hand. He threw her in front of him as strong as he could. "Ugh." Sui Feng whimpered a little as she landed hard. "Shit." She cursed when she noticed that Ichigo was already in mid-jump and she rolled over, trying to avoid him. "Let's try this," Ichigo thought and let some of his Ryutsu flow into his hand. He hit the ground with his fist just a few inches from her stomach, creating a small crater in the ground. "Ow!" Ichigo yelped as the punch proved too much even for his Iero to handle and he felt his knuckles scream from pain. Nothing was broken, but he already felt the bruise forming. "Okay. No more of this for now." "What the dash?" Sui Feng looked at Mark in the ground with wide eyes. "That could have done more than just crack a rib. But he looks as surprised as me." She quickly jumped away and returned into defensive position. "What did you do?" she asked him curiously. Ichigo rubbed his knuckles. "I tried to put some of my Ryutsu into my arm to increase the strength of the punch, but it seems I overdid it. It hurts like hell," he admitted. "No shit. If I'd try that, my wrist would have been broken." "What is he made from?" "Damn, his bones must be made from stone," Renji commented from the sidelines. "He and the other lieutenants have been watching the spar for the last few minutes." "Yeah, I don't think even Captain Zaraki would be fine after that." Ikeku nodded in wonder. "Oh, do you think that his muscles are that hard too?" Matsumoto asked quickly, making others shake their heads. I think that Kurosaka-san tried to find out the limits of his now hardened skin. Renji turned his head in surprise at the voice. Captain Kiraku-san. Wait, the other captains are here too. What do you mean, now hardened skin? Hisagi asked. We think that after he merged with his hollow, he gained something akin to the hollow Iero. Komamura answered him. The others nodded in agreement. Lieutenants weren't surprised hearing about his merging, as their captains told them about it after the captain's meeting with Ichigo. Doesn't matter, it was too close. Go, Captain. Omada cheered on his captain with enthusiasm. Damn Omada, I'm trying to concentrate here. Sui Feng muttered in irritation. Let's try the good old martial arts. She flashed again to Ichigo and aimed her fist to his stomach. He quickly sidestepped and attempted to do the same. She slapped his hand away and changed her aim. With her second attack, she tried to punch him in the jaw, and after that she hit him in the chest. Ichigo successfully evaded her strike to the jaw, but felt the second attack dead on. He grimaced from the pain. So she's trying the martial arts, huh? He answered with his own series of punches and kicks, both from karate and his street fighting. Sui Feng jumped away, after she felt his fist on her shoulder. It's time to finish this. She tuffed and flashed as fast as she could and attempted to hit his leg from behind. Ichigo widened his eyes when he barely had the time to dodge, but he couldn't react to her second flash as she grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back, with her legs blocking his. He lost his balance and was falling down when an idea hit him. With his one, somewhat free leg, he kicked in the ground and spinned himself during the fall, shaking her off him a moment before they hit the ground. He noticed that she was too surprised and didn't notice him already standing up. Again he tried his drop punch and once again he missed by inches as she barely rolled away. They jumped at each other with renewed vigor and traded blows after blow, neither hitting the spot and neither gaining any ground. In the end, however, Ichigo's superior strength proved to be the winning element as he gripped her from behind, restricting her movements the same way she did before. He almost grinned, but suddenly he lost his footing and fell on the ground, with Sui Feng on top of him. Shit. They both cursed as the dust swirled around them. Sui Feng blinked a little and after a few seconds, she realized that she was sitting on something that was alive. She looked down and saw Ichigo looking at her with wide eyes. Well, I guess neither of us won. He grinned and nodded in acknowledgement at her. Yeah, not that it doesn't bother me. You're good, Kurosaki, I admit it. You think fast during the fight and few times you completely surprised me. It's been a long time since I enjoyed a spar. She admitted with a small grin. So if I want another one you won't protest? He asked sincerely. Sure. So, could you get off me now? Ichigo asked in little embarrassment. She widened her eyes and quickly stood up, dusting herself in the process. They shook hands and Ichigo walked with her to her office, listening to her tips on how to further improve his Hakuda. Did he win? Omada asked in disbelief. He never saw anyone who could even match his captain in pure Hakuda. No, it ended in a draw, which is surprising enough. He's quite good to keep up with Captain Sui Feng. Kiraku replied deep in thoughts. On the other hand, he's lucky to have his Iero. I don't think he would be unhurt after those few blows he managed to get from her. Yukatake commented. Either way, I think that the next time I want to spar in Hakuda, I'll call him. Hisagi said with respect and the other lieutenants nodded in agreement. Damn Ichigo, he's leaving me behind more and more. Renji thought bitterly. So, Ichigo-kun, how does it feel to be equal in Hakuda with a professional? Kiraku asked Ichigo, after the latter one emerged from the office of Captain Sui Feng. Ichigo turned around in surprise to see the lazy captain waiting for him. It would probably feel good, but I'm nowhere close to be her equal. I only managed thanks to my Iero and the fact that I surprised her with my style. Ichigo admitted. He's keeping level-headed and even admits his faults easily. Impressive for someone so young. Kiraku thought in a little surprise. Say, Kiraku-san. I heard that you're one of the most proficient Zanjutsu experts here in Siratii. Do you think it would be possible for you to teach me a little bit of it in your free time? Ichigo asked him suddenly, surprising the senior captain even more. "Oh? I was under the impression that you were already expert yourself, Ichigo-kun." Kuraka replied slyly. Ichigo just shook his head. "Nah, I hardly know any Zanjutsu style, I simply listen to my instincts and react accordingly. I was lucky enough to fight only those without any style till now, too. Well, some of them had some techniques, but I pressured them enough for them to have no time to use them. I fought with Byakuya and he was probably the only one who used proper Zanjutsu against me, and it proved quite effective. I'm not saying I have no basics, it's just, you know." Kuraka nodded. "Well, he's right. Fighting only with instinct can get you only so far. Still, it's incredible for him to go so far. I understand. Why don't you stop by my division barracks in an hour? I have some paperwork to do and if I'd put it away, my Nanao-chan would, well, I'd be in no condition to help you." He laughed nervously. Ichigo chuckled himself and promised to be there on time. "Okay, since we want to fight only with Zanjutsu, we'll only use our swords. No techniques, no Ryutsu, no nothing, just pure swordsmanship." Kuraka said in serious voice and saw Ichigo take a stance. "Your stance is good enough. You're ready to attack or to defend yourself. Your eyes are on your opponent, good." He put his flower-covered kimono away and took out his own twin Zanpakuto. "I wanted to use only one of my swords, but I think it'll be a good opportunity to test your agility with sword and your speed, too. Let's see how can you keep up against someone who's using more blades." Kuraka said and sped up to Ichigo with his Zanpakuto falling down on Ichigo. Said person put up his blade to block the incoming attack and almost forgot about the second blade. He noticed it in the last moment and ducked, or else his head would have been gone. Phew, no kidding, this'll take some time to adjust. He retaliated by swinging his huge cleaver with all of his strength at the lazy captain, who blocked his attack with one blade at first, but quickly added his second blade, as he felt the force behind the strike. Kuraka widened his eyes a little. Strong, he thought, and pushed Ichigo away. Without any time to spare, he flashed behind the teen and swung his blades horizontally, trying to cleave him in two. Ichigo spun around and blocked, but the captain immediately charged another attack, with his left blade aiming at his stomach. The blade of Zanjutsu managed to block it, but Ichigo felt a little pain in his left shoulder and widened his eyes. He quickly jumped, trying to put some distance between them. He only managed to notice that he obtained a small cut on that shoulder, when he already had to block another vicious strike. He parried it as quickly as he could, but felt a pain in his other shoulder. Damn! How can he attack with different hand in different speed? Ichigo thought angrily. He spun himself around, holding Zanjutsu in front of him, and managed to get away from the captain. Not bad, Ichigo-kun, I never thought of the attack like that. Kuraka said appreciatively. Ichigo snorted in disbelief. Yeah, right. That's why I'm the one who's bleeding. Well, to be honest, you should have been more injured. That arrow of yours is really strong. Kuraka commented, making Ichigo widen his eyes. Shit. He cursed mentally. His eyebrows twitched in annoyance. He was aware that this was only a training, but getting cut so quickly was crumbling his pride a little. Kuraka prepared himself and blocked the substitute's oncoming slash, but even he was pushed back a little. Heh, seems like I injured more than only his shoulders. He smirked. His plan to anger the teen was working splendidly. Let's see how can he hold himself when he's angry. And after I fainted, I woke up the next morning in our barracks. Since then I'm so embarrassed, I can't meet him. What should I do, Nii-san? Rukia asked her brother with her head in her hands. Kukaki Byakuya was a captain of 6th Division, head of the Kukaki noble clan, and by most people considered a strict, cold, and uncaring person. But right now, he was having a headache, because he cared too much about his adopted sister, Rukia, who just told him a story, about how she, under the influence of alcohol, confessed her feelings to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya found the teen irritating from the beginning. He had no manners, which were instilled in the noble Kukaki from his birth. He was young and brash, sometimes borderline rude, and most of all, a rebel. During the course of time, and mainly after their fight at the Sokioku Hill. However, he found the substitute to be very caring person, and even the aristocratic Kukaki somehow came to like him on some level. He would never say it out loud, but that rebel side of him was something that the captain couldn't afford, but wanted. To be able to stand for their belief, to stand against the law and fight it for the ones he wished to protect, it was something that was denied to him. First time he heard about his adopted sister living under the same roof, even in the same room as the teen, he almost flipped and lost his composure. No matter what was said about him, he cared about Rukia deeply. She was his pride, at first a simple stone, now a trimmed diamond, his remainder of his lost love, Hisuna, and by her, his family. She was the only member of the Kukaki clan that cared about his well-being on personal and deep level. She wasn't as cold as the elders or the remainder of the clan. She wasn't as aristocratic, and had a nice sense of humor. She was the only person who could penetrate his icy cold demeanor and make him chuckle a bit. So when she told him calmly that she was living in Kurosaka's closet for the whole time, she quickly had to calm him down, and after rethinking it, he had to admit, he jumped to the conclusion too quickly. He got to know the young substitute and learned that he valued women too much to do something as vile as, well, shortly, he knew that his sister was in good hands. But now he was told that she was in love with the boy? Byakuya was in all honesty perplexed. How should he react? What should he say to her? He himself was in love only once, with Hisuna. Should he kill the boy, for attracting her? Should he deny her access to him? Should he ignore it all? Or should he support her? He rubbed his temples. The headache was already here. Nii-san? Rukia asked timidly. Yes, I was listening, Rukia. I'm just trying to understand the situation. She nodded shortly and waited. Why are you so embarrassed? And is it really embarrassment that you're feeling? Isn't it that you fear the possibility of him rejecting you, that you can't see him? Byakuya asked after a few minutes. He watched as her head snapped up and cursed mentally when he noticed her shock. But she needs to hear it. She needs to know that he may not reciprocate her feelings. He told himself. I don't know, Nii-san. Do you think it's possible? I mean, it is possible. I'm not that pretty, I'm small, I'm not so well endowed. She started to mumble incoherently. No. Rukia, you are a beautiful woman and every man would be happy to have you as wife. I'm just saying that there may be a possibility that he only likes you as a dear friend. You have an exceptionally strong bond between you, akin to the one that the Demkat and the Urahara Kisuk share. However, I do not know if what you have is the kind of the bond you wish to have. You just have to confront him. Byakuya replied quickly. He knew of her low self-esteem and he didn't want to hear it. She smiled gracefully and nodded. Do you think you'd be able to be just his friend, even if he rejects you? Byakuya asked after a moment of silence. I don't know, it would be perfect if he'd accept me. He's one of the few that even Nii-san or the elders would approve of. He's a gentleman, maybe a tad rude, but he always treats women with kindness. He's very strong, caring, handsome. She mumbled the last bit, surprising Byakuya, who got a coughing fit. After he calmed down, he saw that Rukia was blushing furiously after her slip. Yes, well, it seems that women find him quite attractive. Byakuya admitted, not noticing Rukia's shocked expression. I think we could still be friends. We've been together through a lot of stuff and that's something that can't be forgotten. We share memories and that's enough for me, but when I see him with another woman I just get so jealous. I hope that when he'll find someone for him and it won't be me, I'll be over him. She said sadly. Byakuya beamed at her. His pride indeed. She's very mature about it. More than I would probably be. I'm proud of you, Rukia. He looked out his window and sighed. Think carefully before you speak to her, Kurosaka. I'd hate to go bankai on your ass if you're insensitive towards her. Damn, no wonder he's an expert. Ichigo thought out of breath. He and Kuraka were getting at it for almost an hour and both of them were sweating bullets. Ichigo was now spurting cuts all over, bleeding slightly. It was thanks to his Iero that he wasn't already in 4th Division. On the other side stood Captain Kiraku. Surprisingly, he had some injuries himself. He was an expert in Zanjutsu and yet, he let himself get caught in some of the surprising moves of Ichigo, who thought out of the box. After he got his first injuries, Ichigo was angry and fought with a little rage, but it quickly cooled off, after he noticed that it not only didn't help, it made him even more of a target. So he switched tactics and started to not just swing with his huge cleaver around, but he tried to copy some of the moves he saw Kiraku performing on him. It proved a good thing, when after almost 15 minutes, he finally managed to surprise the captain and nick him a little on his wrist. Since then, he managed to slightly injure him more. He was, however, the one who was spending a lot more energy on offense and defense and was quickly losing his stamina. But it seems he's getting tired too. Ichigo was grateful for having enormous Ryotsu capacity, that allowed him to somehow keep up with more experienced captain. He jumped and tried to flash to his opponent, when he noticed that Kiraku held up his hand. "I think it's enough, Ichigo-kun. I don't think I remember having to spar that much with somebody and I'm getting all sweaty." He grimaced when he smelled himself a little. "And I start to reek of sweat. I can't have that." He chuckled a little but then got serious. "As I said after your spar with Captain Sui Feng, you're really good, Ichigo-kun. Not many people in Siratii could keep up with me for that long and survive. Of course you have much room to improve as well. I'm sure you noticed that even with your limitless stamina, you're getting tired, which means that you use too much energy in fight," he said and saw Ichigo nod. "On the other hand, it's incredible that you managed to last that long and you have only so few injuries. It's thanks to your arrow, but even then. More importantly, I noticed that you managed to copy some of my moves perfectly after only seeing them a few times. That's really amazing. Urahara Kisuke was right, your ability to improve is almost scary. I think I can say without thinking, that you're more of a prodigy than even the likes of Captain Hitsugaya or Ichimaru Jin. It took me a lot of centuries to get where I'm now and I think that you could surpass me in a few decades. You probably already surpassed me in terms of Ryotsu but I think I could still surprise you in other areas." He chuckled a little. "You can say it, Kiraku-san, if you wanted to, you could kick my ass." Ichigo laughed a little bit bitterly. "No, I don't think so. Remember, we were using pure swordsmanship and even with that you managed to injure me. I can outclass you in Kido for now, but there's no way I could simply kick your ass. No, if we would to go full out, I'd be probably quickly pressed to use even my Bankai to fight you." Kiraku praised him. Ichigo looked at him with wide eyes. "Really?" Kiraku nodded slightly and motioned to follow him to get some refreshments and to talk about some tips on Ichigo's Zanjutsu. Ichigo was walking through the halls of 4th Division with a smile on his face. After he trained a little with Kiraku, he visited Aizen's ex-lieutenant in 4th Division again. Since his first visit, Hinamori became a little bit calmer and she didn't have that oppressive aura around her. As Ichigo suspected, talking about her memories helped her release some of the angst she felt, ever since Aizen defected. Today, she told him the story about how she met Toshiro when they were younger. As Anohana later informed him, it was the first time after long weeks that anyone saw Hinamori truly smile. Ichigo was happy for her. He may knew her for only a short time, but during his talks with her, he was convinced that she was a truly nice person, kind-hearted, who deserved to be happy. While he thinking about his visit, he accidentally bumped into someone with pink hair. "Oh, sorry Haki." The person he bumped into was one of the wizards, the pink giant, Hakujin. "It's fine, Ichigo-san. What are you doing here, if I may ask?" The wizard asked him politely. "I was just visiting Hinamori Momo. She was Aizen's lieutenant and well, she wasn't doing very good." Ichigo sighed with small smile. "But she's a little bit better now. It'll take more time, but I think she'll get over it." Haki nodded encouragingly. "Yes, poor soul. Aizen did horrible things to her as well, I'm sure of it. Where are you headed now? You look a little bit roughed up. Something happened?" Ichigo looked at his clothes and chuckled. "Nah, I was just training with Kiraku-san in Zanjutsu. I thought, since I'm here I could use the time to improve myself. Long story short, I found out I have a long way to go till I can beat someone of his caliber with pure swordsmanship. He snorted. I was just thinking that maybe I could finally try to learn some Kido, since it's the one thing I know nothing about, but I don't know who could teach me. I was thinking about asking Rukia, but she's kinda out of the question. Haki frowned and stared at Ichigo, who raised an eyebrow at him. Well, if you wanted to, I could teach you Kido. You are one of the wizards, after all, so I don't mind. Haki finally said to a surprised Ichigo. Really? Oh, I almost forgot that you were lieutenant of the Kido Corps. That would be great. Ichigo exclaimed with enthusiasm. No problem. Wait for me in the courtyard. I'll go to Anohana-san to get an approval to use her barracks. Haki chuckled lightly and walked away. So, Ichigo-san. Tell me, how is your control of your Ryutsu? Haki asked, standing next to a sitting Ichigo. Not that good. Ichigo smiled nervously. Yes, the first step in our training will be learning how to withdraw the Ryutsu you're constantly emitting, back into your soul, so that your output would be minimal. I don't expect you to do it perfectly today. Actually, I think that if you'd be able to do that in a week's time would be incredible. So, no worries if you can't do it. Haki smiled and sat in front of him. Now, in order to release your Bankai and your resurrection, you need to increase your Ryutsu output. I know that when you return back to your Shikai, that output is decreased by your doing, so you know the basics. To further improve that, you have to visualize your Ryutsu. Close your eyes. He said and watched as Ichigo closed his eyes. The best way to do it is to imagine some sort of container. In your case it must be something huge, proportional to your vast amount of Ryutsu. I'd suggest a dam. When you have it, increase your output the same way you'd do before the Bankai release. Hold it there and then slowly withdraw it back, but this time, put it in your dam. You may find out that your dam is a little bit small, and in that case don't push more, just do it again from the beginning, this time with a dam of increased size. Easy, right? Ichigo snorted bitterly and focused. He tried to imagine a dam as instructed. When he was sure it was done correctly, he raised his Ryutsu on the level of releasing his Bankai and held it steady. After a moment he slowly started to withdraw it back. Huh? I can see my dam, but it's not filling up. He thought, confused. Haki, why isn't my dam filling up? Am I forgetting something? Ichigo asked with closed eyes. It's a good thing I put up that barrier to prevent Ryutsu from leaking. It's really heavy. Haki was sweating a little and wiped his brow. Yes, I forgot, sorry about that. You have to visualize the flowing Ryutsu and transform it into something that has physical mass. Since you're filling up a dam, I'd say, imagine your Ryutsu as the water flowing in the river and point that river into your dam. Haki replied. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Ichigo mentally slapped himself. He did exactly as instructed, and when he tried to feel his Ryutsu and visualize it as the river, his mind pictured an image of a wild and raging torrent of water that constantly flowed around him. Wow, is this my Ryutsu? Ichigo thought, amazed. After shaking his head, Ichigo started to withdraw the massive stream back into his dam. It was a slow process, and it seemed that no matter how long he let the dam to be filled, the stream wasn't weakening. Hakusai watched Ichigo struggle and smiled. He was already making a progress. The heavy Ryutsu that was pushing him to the ground just seconds ago was slowly but surely disappearing. He expected Ichigo to have more problems with it, but him merging with his hollow probably sped up the process, as he now possessed a little bit better control than before. When Ichigo's Ryutsu dropped to his normal levels while in his constant Shikai, he noticed that Ichigo's frown deepened and a little sweat started to form on his brow. Now was the moment for the true test of his control. If Ichigo could lessen his normal output even just by little, he would do some progress. Damn, it's getting harder to direct the flow into the dam every minute. Ichigo gasped mentally. His dam wasn't completely full, as he made it practically bottomless, but the torrent of water flowing around him was losing its obedience towards his will. What am I doing wrong? I'm no longer conflicted about my hollow, so what is it? It can't be just because I have so much Ryutsu. If Yamaji can do it, so can I. He cursed and concentrated again. Haki widened his eyes as he felt that Ichigo's Ryutsu did a huge drop and was now on lieutenant level. And it's still dropping, Interesting. After 10 more minutes, when Ichigo's output reached the level of 4th seat and was no longer dropping, Haki stopped him. I think that it's enough, Ichigo-san. Now imagine that you close that dam and reinforce its walls, so that the pressure won't destroy it. After you do it, you can drop your concentration. If you did it correctly, the Ryotsu you contained in it should remain there. You're doing great so far. He saw that Ichigo's face showed relief, and after 10 more minutes, he saw him open his eyes and wipe his brow. So it's working? Ichigo asked tiredly. Yes, it's working splendidly. You now only emit the Ryotsu of the seated officer, what is in my humble opinion incredible progress. I expected you to drop your Ryotsu to a lieutenant level, at best, but you again proved to do better. He gave Ichigo a thumbs up. So? Now what? Ichigo asked with a happy smile. I did it. Not completely, but it's something. Now, we can try to learn some actual Kido. We'll try the basic ones and see how will that go. Haki rubbed his chin in thoughts. Firstly, Kido or demon arts, in other words, are divided into 3 classes. Bakudo or way of binding, which are supplementary spells, Heido or way of destruction, and Kaido or simply healing Kido. Each class is important and can drastically change the direction of fight. Surprise use of Bakudo can trap your opponent. With the Heido you can cause great damage to him all the while you are healing yourself with Kaido. With me so far? Ichigo nodded in enthusiasm. Good. We'll begin with Heido, as I think we'll agree that destruction is something you can do quite well. Its number is 1 and the name is Sho. Heido number 1, Sho. Haki turned and pointed at the practice target, which got blown a small distance. As you can see, this Kido has no incantation. It's a simple spell, where you direct your Ryuryoku into your index finger, point it at your target and let the energy flow. It helps if you visualize the effect, which is a simple thrust. Be careful and do not use too much of your Ryuryoku. This spell can be used effectively by students in academy and therefore the need for energy is very low. Now you try. Ichigo stood up and walked next to Haki. He pointed his index finger in the direction of the second practice target and concentrated. Focus the energy into your finger, visualize the effect and let it flow. Got it, it's like Getsuga, only with lesser amount of energy. Should be easy enough. He imagined the target to be blown away and let a bit of energy flow into his finger. When he couldn't contain it any longer, he let it out and watched as the target was blown from its place to Haki's barrier like a bullet. Ichigo widened his eyes when he felt a pain in his finger and saw a little smoke emerge from it. Ow! What happened? Haki chuckled and turned to him. You used too much Ryuryoku and the redundant energy burned you. But it seems you grasped the context quickly enough. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, it's similar to when I use my Getsuga. I thought I put as little energy as I could, but I guess it was still too much. Yes, if you wanted to use it for example to get your injured comrade out of the combat zone, you'd probably injure him more. Ichigo cringed at the words and got into the stance again. Again. He said and focused once again. This time, the target was blown away with a smaller force and his finger was no longer smoking. Hee, easy as pie. Ichigo grinned cheekily at his success. It is the most basic Kido spell after all. Haki commented, making Ichigo pout a little. Now try the basic Bakudo spell. It's called Sai and its purpose is to bind the arms of your target behind its back. Haki aimed at the practice target with his index and middle finger together. Bakudo number 1, Sai. The target's arms locked behind its back instantly. I know this one. Rukia used it on me when we first met. Ichigo remembered and then grinned evilly. Revenge will be sweet. Haki only chuckled and let him took the stance. The process is the same as with the show. Energy into both of your fingers, visualize, let it out. Bakudo number 1, Sai. This time Ichigo managed to do it correctly on his first try. He already knew how much energy he should use. He turned to Haki with a victory sign and waited for another instructions. Good. You can try to improve the speed in which you perform these Kido in your free time, since both of them aren't that potent and you can't destroy larger areas with them. Now we'll try other 2 Kido that don't require incantation. The first one, a Hado type, is called Byakurai. Watch closely. Haki turned to the practice targets and held up his palm. Hado number 4, Byakurai. He said, in a torrent of blue energy, similar to a lightning bolt, emerged from his hand and destroyed the target. Byakuya used this on me, another one bites the dust. Ichigo thought mentally. For this Hado, you have to gather a little bit more of your energy and compress it as hard as you can. When it's done, imagine the energy to be the energy of electricity and let it out. Bit of a warning though. This time start with as little Ryuryoku as you can. Byakurai is a Hado, which when used with too much energy and little control can electrify you, and it's not pleasant. Haki warned him. Ichigo held up his hand and concentrated. He gathered as little Ryuryoku as he could and pushed it into his hand. Now compress it. Ow! Ichigo cursed after a small explosion engulfed him with the smoke. Ah, it seems that you tried to compress the energy without paying attention to the said energy. You can't simply compress something without having it wrapped in something. Just like with your energy being in your dam, the energy in your palm has to be contained, you need to define its borders. Haki said through the smoke and heard Ichigo mumble something. He could have said that before I tried it. Got it. Ichigo replied and tried it again. He compressed the energy successfully on his second try. Okay, transform it into electricity just as it emerges from your palm. Haki watched him struggle and saw a small blue air flow from Ichigo's hand. Try again with a tiny bit more Ryuryoku and you didn't transform the energy correctly. Ichigo's mouth twitched in annoyance. Like I wasn't trying. For the next 10 minutes Haki watched Ichigo fail, but on his 9th try, he managed to produce a regular Byakurai. Good. Add more energy and again, till the torrent is the same diameter as your palm. Haki commanded, and he waited another 5 minutes for Ichigo to complete it. Ichigo wiped his brow after the practice target in front of him blew up from his successful Hado. Okay, we will learn one more Kido today, Ichigo-san. It's called Seiki and it's a Bakudo. For this I want you to try and kick me when you'll see an orb on my right hand. Haki told him and waited for Ichigo to nod. He raised his right hand. Bakudo number 8, Seiki. Here goes. Ichigo thought and tried to kick him in the hand, but when he made contact with the light blue orb, his foot was blocked and repelled back, sending him few meters back. I trust you understood the effect of this Kido. Haki asked him after he released the Kido. Yeah, it can block and repel physical attacks. Ichigo replied. Yes, but it's not limited on physical attacks only. It can do the same with other Kido, but mostly only those, which are of lower level. However, if you can put more Ryuryoku in it while maintaining it, you could block Hado of even higher level. I think that low-powered Shokaiku can be blocked too. Sweet. For this Bakudo, you have to push the Ryuryoku to the part of your body that you want to protect. It's easiest to use with hands, so you should start with that. Gather the energy and flatten it so that it would form an orb, covering that part of your body. Imagine it and let the energy emerge. Haki instructed him and walked a few steps away. When you're sure you have it, announce it, and I'll try a regular show to test it. Ichigo nodded and focused on the task. He raised his hand in similar way Haki did and gathered the Ryuryoku. From his knowledge on Byakurai, he firstly contained the energy and formed borders around it, and only after that he proceeded to flatten it. He let the Ryuryoku flow from his body and glanced at his hand. He noticed a translucent orb next to his right hand. Got it. He yelled to Haki and braced for the possible failure of his Kido. Haki pointed his finger on the orb. Show. He called, and Ichigo could almost feel the energy stopping on his Seiki and bounce back at Haki, who managed to avoid his own spell. Ichigo grinned at Haki, who only applauded him. Very good, Ichigo-san. You can try to improve yourself in these Kido on your own since you know the basics. For now switch between speed in which you can use them and the level of power put behind them. You could try and use them without calling them out loud, but be careful with it. Kido tends to be harder to control without verbal command. Thank you, Haki. I hope we can do this again soon. I kind of like this Kido stuff. It's nice to see the results of your hard work as soon as you get it right. Ichigo grinned and lied on the floor tiredly. Haki smiled and sat on the ground too, assuming meditating pose. Well, I could have told him that what he learned in mere 2 hours, takes more than a month in a Shinigami Academy. Ichigo woke up in his inner world facing his Zanpakuto spirit. Oh, Zanjitsu, what is it? Ichigo asked, still lying comfortably. I wanted to talk to you, Ichigo, but before that I'm curious, how can you lie there? Zanjitsu asked in amusement when he saw Ichigo open and widen his eyes. He looked down and saw that he was floating in the air. Instantly, he jumped on the nearby skyscraper and with twitching brow glanced at Zanjitsu. You did it on purpose. Ichigo yelled inside when he saw his Zanpakuto smirk. I'd never do that. His smirk widened when Ichigo only cursed quietly. But enough fun. Ichigo, I noticed that you finally decided to train and I must say I'm proud of your accomplishments. Ichigo looked at him in surprise. What accomplishments? I got my ass kicked by Sui Feng, Kiraku-san, and it took me long 2 hours till I learned the easiest Kido. He grimaced but had to dodge a surprise swipe from his Zanpakuto. What the dash? Zanjitsu shook his head. You're giving yourself too little credit, Ichigo. Sui Feng is a master assassin, second only to your friend Yoriyuki, and to equal her is not something many can do. I don't think that most of the captains are so skilled in Hakuda. Captain Kiraku is at least half a millennia older than you and yet you managed to press him. Those Kido you learned are easiest to learn maybe for academy students, because they don't have much Ryutsu. You, on the other hand, possess so much Ryutsu that learning basic Kido should have taken you a lot more time. That you did it in only few hours' time is, very, very good. Remember that even your friend, Renji, who's a lieutenant, can't do some Kido properly and yet you already learned 4 of them. Zanjitsu scolded him with stern voice. Ichigo looked at the ground embarrassed. Well, only Zanjitsu could encourage me and scold me at the same time. He chuckled and looked at his Zanpakuto. I guess this isn't the reason you called me here. Zanjitsu nodded and turned away. Soon we'll train too, Ichigo. It's time that you learn my secrets. I can't have you swing with me and using only one technique. Ichigo gasped and flashed to him. Cool, what do you have in mind? Zanjitsu almost chuckled at the eagerness in Ichigo's voice. You'll see, but I must warn you, Ichigo. When I'm training, I'm not very kind. You'll have to show me that you deserve to know what I want you to learn. Zanjitsu warned him with serious voice. Ichigo gulped and nodded. He remembered from his training for Bankai, just how unkind his Zanpakuto could be. But now, Shirosaki would want you to learn some of his techniques. You did good using them in your fight with Aizen, but you spent too much energy on them. When you'll wake up, he'll talk to you. Ask your friend Haki to erect a strong barrier around you, since you'll be using your Hollow Ryutsu and we don't want anyone to mess with the training. Zanjitsu surprised Ichigo again, who only widened his eyes. I guess I'll be sleeping like a baby tonight. He turned around and prepared to go out of his inner world when he heard Zanjitsu. Go, Ichigo. If you'll train hard enough in time I may show you the true form of my Bankai too. Ichigo turned his head in shock, just as he woke up at the training grounds of the 4th Division. True form? What does that even mean? Ichigo jumped in surprise when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. As Zanjitsu said, Kingi, you'll see in time. But you can't be a pussy and have to show Zanjitsu who's the boss around here. Shirosaki, you've been quiet these days. Ichigo greeted him. Nah, I've just been asleep. Additionally, I'm proud of you, Kingi. Even someone as gay as you managed to get 2 hotties in bed with himself. Shirosaki laughed when Ichigo flushed a little, after an image of naked Yoriyuki and Kyokaku entered his mind. Shut you up. He stood up and walked to Haki, who was watching him for a moment. Haki, could you do a strong barrier around me? Just like you did in the warehouse, when I was trying to control my hollow. He asked him and watched as Haki looked at him in surprise. Of course, but may I ask why? Ichigo scratched his head nervously. Well, Shirosaki, my hollow, wants me to learn how to use his powers properly so that he won't be ashamed by me. Haki's surprised face morphed into a shocked one and he looked at Ichigo with alarm. Are you sure? I mean. Ichigo held up his hand and stopped him. It's okay, I understand your concern, but trust me, It'll be just a training. Haki nodded and motioned him to stand in the center of the training grounds. He was preparing to build up a barrier when Ichigo called out to him. And make it so that it can mask and endure a lot of hollow riots. So I'm going to go into resurrection, so you catch my drift. Haki nodded and prepared the barrier. Inside, Ichigo frowned. You know, I still don't know why I have to go into Bankai and only after that into resurrection. Ichigo muttered to his hollow. Shirosaki face-palmed. And I thought you're supposed to be the intelligent one. Tell me, can a Shinigami go to a Bankai from his sealed blade? No, he has to go into Shikai first. Eren cars can release their resurrection immediately, but we are different. Our resurrection works as another release of our power. Only when your Shinigami powers are at your max you can use the hollow ones. It's because the Shinigami side of you is preventing them from releasing too early, as it could damage you. Resurrection, mainly ours, is extremely strong and it has to have an opposing force that could balance it accordingly, and that's your Bankai. You can use your hollow powers even when you're in Shikai, but they can only be as strong as is your Shikai. Shirosaki explained to a surprised Ichigo. So basically, my hollow attacks can be only as strong as is my Shinigami level? It's confusing. It means that even when I'm using hollow powers I can't do stronger attacks than with my Shinigami ones. Ichigo asked in confusion. It's like this. You're in Shikai now. If you'd use your Zero, it would be as strong as your Getsuga. In Bankai it would be as strong as Kuroi Getsuga. But if you release your resurrection, the attacks would be strong as the Zero and Kuroi Getsuga combined. To answer your question, it's good to learn how to use hollow powers even when you're not in resurrection, because of the diversity of attacks. Additionally, a Zero is a lot faster than Getsuga, and Bala is even faster. Imagine how surprised could be your opponent if you'd spam Getsugas on him and suddenly a Bala hit him. Shirosaki replied and could almost see a light bulb lighten above Ichigo's head. Oh, never thought about it in that way. Cool. Ichigo admitted. Of course, that's why I'm the instinct and you're the logic. Shirosaki snorted in amusement and waited for Ichigo to release. On the other side of the barrier, Haki was looking out for any damage in it when he saw Ichigo release his resurrection. Immediately, the barrier started to crack and he widened his eyes. It was the first time anyone damaged his barrier with pure spiritual pressure. He quickly added more layers to it and wiped his brow. His eyes glanced to Ichigo's new form and he felt another bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He never witnessed Ichigo's resurrection before. Truly, a frightening sight. He said and had to sit down. So, what is the first thing I'm going to learn? Ichigo asked in wonder. You're going to learn how to use your Zero properly. As Zanjitsu said, you used too much energy on it last time and only burned out your reserves. Shirosaki replied. But it was a stronger Zero. Ichigo protested. No, the excessive energy only dispersed, it wasn't used in the Zero because of your lack of control. I expect you to do it properly on your first time right now. Ichigo shook his head in amusement. It's only natural that my hollow would be the most harsh one. So what did I do wrong? I didn't concentrate enough and didn't compress the hollow energy properly. Ichigo asked in thought. Shirosaki blinked in surprise. Exactly. See? You're not as stupid as you look. Idiot, if I look stupid and we look the same, doesn't that mean that you look stupid too? Ichigo asked him while face-palming. Nah, 'cause I'm too handsome for that. Shirosaki laughed and watched Ichigo drop to the ground comically. Fine, let's get it over with. Ichigo concentrated on his hollow energy and pointed into his horns. As he noticed the red ball forming between them, he focused on the said ball and imagined it being compressed, all the while adding more Ryoryoku. Idiot. Enough. We're inside a barrier, do you want blow us up? Shirosaki yelled at him, startling him enough to let the Zero strike the practice target, which exploded on contact with it, and the shockwave cracked the barrier and pushed Ichigo backwards. Oops. Ichigo laughed nervously and glanced at Haki, who was already busy repairing the barrier. I swear every time someone praises you, you screw up. Shirosaki sighed, but you managed to do the Zero correctly. No wasted energy whatsoever. You probably didn't even feel that you used any energy, right? Ichigo nodded. Good. Now, we'll try to improve your use of high-speed regeneration, and that would be all for today, as you'll be too wasted to do anything more. Shirosaki said, getting a raised eyebrow from Ichigo. And how are we going to test it? Simply. Cut off your left arm. What? Ichigo yelled loudly. Are you fucking kidding me? You expect me to cut off my own arm? I have a preservation reflex, for God's sake. Or you could blow yourself up with your own zero. Which arm was it? Ichigo asked in defeated tone and shook his head. This is crazy. Left one. Don't be a pussy, Kingy. It'll grow back, we're just trying to improve the speed and the amount of used energy. Shirosaki said calmly. If that was supposed to calm me down, you suck at it. Ichigo grimaced and gripped his Zanpakuto in his right arm and looked at his left one. Crazy, crazy, crazy. He thought and sliced his left arm up to his elbow. Gah. He gasped from the pain and looked at his lump. Jesus, what is that kid doing? Haki thought in shock. Now what? Ichigo asked through gritted teeth. It's quite simple. Just redirect the flow of your hollow energy into the wound and imagine your hand. Do it slowly, so that you can learn the proper amount that you should use. Ichigo nodded and with a pained frown focused on his wound. After few seconds he saw a new hand forming, and as the pain receded, he exhaled in relief. Okay, do it again. You used a good amount of energy, now I want you to do it faster. You should be able to repair your wound almost instantly. Shirosaki commented without mercy, and Ichigo grimaced. Stupid, crazy, insane. He cursed and prepared his sword for the second time. Haki has been watching him cutting his own hand for the past hour and was holding himself back, so that he wouldn't interrupt him. He was aware what was Ichigo's hollow trying to teach him, but he still considered it too cruel. Haki glanced at his right hand, that was previously destroyed in his fight with the Segunda Espada, Baragon, and only thanks to Orium, it was restored, and sighed. After that fight he realized just how vulnerable he was. Seeing Ichigo learning to use high-speed regeneration gave him an idea. Not once the wizards tried to use their hollow powers to heal their wounds, as they feared that it would only make them more hollow-like as they already were. But it was probably time to try it. He was interrupted from his musing when an extremely tired Ichigo knocked on his barrier and passed out from exhaustion. Haki smiled and let the barrier down. Yes, it was time for wizards to walk in Ichigo's steps and try to learn more about their powers. Chapter 7, Protectors Training Part 2. I'm happy that you're trying to use the time that you have here in a productive way, however, I'd be happier if it didn't mean ending up in medical care, Kurosaka-san. Anohana scolded Ichigo, who was putting his clothes back. After his training with Shirosaki, where he finally learned how to use high-speed regeneration efficiently, Ichigo woke up in 4th Division Barracks. Apparently, he passed out from exhaustion after cutting off and then healing his arm, and Haki carried him inside for medical checkup. Ichigo was still flushed, since Anohana insisted on doing another full-body check on him, and once again, she couldn't resist not to touch him more than she would with any other patients. After his dealing with women in Soul Society, Ichigo was slowly realizing what her actions meant, and it scared him a bit. He wasn't sure how he could deal with kind Captain, who could turn deadly serious in a heartbeat. I promise, Anohana-san. Since I learned how to use high-speed regeneration, it would have to be a really grave injury that could send me here. He smiled nervously at her and walked away. Ah, what a shame. He heard while closing the doors and shuddered from the eerie feeling he got from her voice. I can't deal with her. She's... He shook his head. I have to deal with Rukia first. After a few flash steps, he appeared in front of the 13th Division Barracks, hoping that Rukia would finally be here. Inside he noticed another petite Shinigami he remembered to be the sister of the lieutenant of the 4th Division, Isane, Kian Katetsu. Excuse me, Kian-san. He called out for her and watched in mild amusement as the papers she was holding flew in the air from her arms. Ah, Kurosaka-san, you scared me. I almost couldn't feel your Ryotsu. What can I do for you? She asked him, breathing heavily from her frightened jump. Ha. So my control training finally paid off. Is Rukia here? Ichigo asked calmly. Yes, she was in fact looking for you. She's in the lieutenant's office. Kian replied, pointing at the door on far right. Ichigo widened his eyes. Don't tell me. Did she get promoted? The third seed shook her head sadly. No, she just likes spending time there. She said and excused herself. Ichigo braced himself and flashed to the office. Here goes nothing. I wonder what will he say. Rukia thought sadly, sitting in the comfortable chair inside the office. She has been looking for Ichigo for the whole previous evening, but couldn't find him. Maybe he's angry that I was avoiding him. Her thought was interrupted by a loud knock on the doors. Yes. Rukia, it's Ichigo, we need to talk. Ichigo said, surprising Rukia, who didn't notice his presence till now. So the rumors of him training were actually true. Didn't think he had it in him. But to lower his Ryutsu after only a day, the elders would really like him. She blushed when the thought of her and Ichigo together invaded her mind. Snap out of it, Rukia. She mentally slapped herself. Come in, Ichigo. She called out for him and watched him walk inside with his huge cleaver on his back and his kimono revealing a bit of his chest. I'm behaving like a fangirl. She scolded herself, when she felt blood rushing to her cheeks. Hey. He greeted her awkwardly. Hey yourself. Sit down, Ichigo. He sat on the offered chair and went silent. Well, this is awkward. Ichigo thought and opened his mouth. I want to dash. Listen Ichi dash. They looked at each other nervously. You first. Rukia said and motioned him to continue. Thanks, Rukia. Did you really mean what you said at the party? That you. Ichigo tried to finish but blushed instead. That I love you. Rukia muttered quietly. Yeah, that. Ichigo nodded nervously. Rukia inhaled deeply and raised her head. She looked him in the eyes. Yes. Ichigo widened his eyes. He expected her to be nervous, to deny that she ever said something like that in the first place. All he could see in that moment was however pure resolve, not unlike the one he had, when fighting someone. She looks completely sure. Why? She looked at him in confusion. What do you mean why? Ichigo sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Why do you love me? I'm not a great person. I have many faults, I'm not the brightest person either. I'm not even a normal person in the first place. I'm a hybrid dash. He couldn't finish his sentence when he got slapped across his face. He widened his eyes when he noticed Rukia's trembling lip. Don't you dare call yourself that. You're an incredible person. Better than anyone else I know. You care so much about others that you always risk your life for them without any fear for yourself. You are smart and strong, kind, and forgiving, I don't care what you are. For me, you are the one I admire the most. She yelled at him and covered her mouth at the end. Ichigo's eyes widened even further. I don't know what to say Rukia, thank you. To hear what you think about me is giving me strength to say what I have to say but... Rukia, I have to be sure. I heard about the late lieutenant of the 13th Division and... He heard Rukia gasp and sighed. Look, Rukia, my appearance is similar to Kaien Shiba and I heard that he was the one you admired the most. Maybe I'm an asshole for even bringing that up, but are you sure that what you're feeling isn't just because of my similarity with him? Ichigo stopped talking and waited with closed eyes. Rukia meanwhile had a sad smile on her face. Kaien-san. She shook her head and inhaled deeply. No, I admit, I respected Kaien-san deeply. He was the first person after I was adopted by Kukaki family, that took me for who I am, talked to me like I was just another officer and didn't care for my Kukaki status. However, it has nothing to do with what I feel for you. You look almost identical to him, but you don't at the same time. I know who you are and I'll love the person who's standing in front of me, not the one that has been dead for a long time. She frowned when she noticed that Ichigo's shoulders dropped and he turned sideways. I guess this is it. I can only hope she won't hate me. Rukia, His breath got stuck in his throat when he glanced at her face. Words, that he planned before he came here were not coming to him. Yes. she asked with small hope. Ichigo mentally slapped himself. He had to close this. I'm sorry Rukia. I care about you deeply. We've spent a lot of time together and you helped me through very bad situations. Your words encouraged me when I was feeling down, but I don't love you the way you want me to. He bit his lip when a single tear appeared on Rukia's face. She clenched her hands and put them at her heart. Why? She whispered and closed her eyes. Ichigo tried to walk to her but she felt his movement and backed a little from him. With his head down he mumbled. I have no answer to that, Rukia. I'm only listening to what my gut tells me. You have many aspects that would make you a good girlfriend. You're smart, emphatic, pretty, strong, sometimes a little bit stubborn, you can keep most people in check, but I simply don't feel it. I know that if I didn't know you, my life would be worse than it is. But is that love? He smiled sadly and turned to the doors. He was sure that right now she needed space and his face was the last thing she wanted to see. My only hope is that we can still be friends, but I'll understand if it's not possible. He swallowed a lump in his throat and walked away. I'm sorry, Rukia. I hope that you can forgive me. When he exited the office, Rukia's legs buckled under the emotional stress and she fell on the ground. Her tears started to pour in great numbers and she was desperately clutching her chest. I knew that it could happen, but it hurts so much. I can't leave it like that. I need him. She was trying not to break down, but there was nobody that could hold her, that could tell her that it would be okay. It's alright Rukia, let it all out. So no Shirayuki appeared in front of her and said in a calm, but sad voice as she tried to console her. Rukia glanced at her Zanpatko. She almost forgot about her. Shirayuki kneeled next to her and quickly wrapped her in tight embrace. Rukia couldn't take it anymore and broke down in sobs, while Shirayuki patted her back. It'll be okay Rukia, just let it all out, it'll be alright. I wonder what's Ichigo doing? Yuriyuki thought as she was strolling down the streets of Siratii. She left the Shiba's manor a few moments ago and was considering returning to the world of living to apologize as Hein for revealing his Shiba status to his son. Ah well, I could always take a nice dip in the open bath. She grinned and sped to the training ground, Shienkisuk built a long time ago. What she found was however slightly damaged area with explosions surrounding it and a heavy ryotsu in the air. She recognized the spiritual pressure instantly. Ichigo. I guess he talked to Rukia. Yuriyuki frowned when she noticed that the ryotsu was giving off an irritated aura. She slowly and stealthily jumped across the open area to the center of explosions. Her eyes widened at the sight of destruction. Deep craters were everywhere, remaining energy slowly ascending from them. The air itself was even heavier with Reisu, now that she got closer. In the middle of the area was panting Ichigo, covered with sweat. His Shinigami attire was ripped, showing more skin on his chest, that was too, covered with beads of sweat as he spurted a look of concentration on his face. Yuriyuki was staring at him and swallowed heavily. In the next moments she felt him build up a ryotsu. Heido number 4, Byakurai. He yelled and wide torrent of blue energy shot from his hand, destroying boulders that stood in its way easily. Yuriyuki's eyes widened again. So he started to learn Kido and already can use Byakurai with its full strength. Nice, Ichigo. She raised her ryotsu a bit, to alert him of her presence so that he wouldn't be too surprised. Then she remembered that Ichigo sucked at sensing ryotsu. She was getting up and going to announce her presence in verbal way, when Ichigo's voice interrupted her. What's up, Yuriyuki-san? He turned to her with a small frown, but when he noticed her slightly surprised expression, a small smile creeped on his face. You trained sensing ryotsu too? He chuckled a little. Not much, but even if I didn't, your ryotsu is so familiar to me that I could feel you as soon as you landed. Oh. Yuriyuki mumbled awkwardly. So? What are you doing here, Yuriyuki-san? I doubt you knew I was here, so it's not because of me. Yuriyuki quickly shook off her surprise. I thought about going in that bath that's behind you, but now that you're here, we could go together, like the old times. She grinned a little when Ichigo's cheeks gained a slight pink color. Nah, I'm too restless right now. I wouldn't be able to relax. His smile slowly diminished as he remembered the reason he came here in the first place. You talked to Rukia. It wasn't a question and Ichigo nodded. Yeah, do you mind if we'd spar a little? Only Hakuda, since I want to improve myself in it too. Ichigo asked her suddenly. Yuriuki wanted to object but she decided not to. I guess, but I heard that you did quite well against my little bee. Ichigo looked at her blankly at first, but he shook his head when it clicked to him that she was talking about Sui Feng. Talk about accurate nickname, she did sting me a little. He mentally slapped himself. Quite good, but not good enough. He faced Yuriuki and got into a defensive stance. Yuriuki smirked and did the same thing. Show me what you got, Ichigo-chan. She taunted him a little and ducked under a swift kick. She grabbed the flying leg and with a quick turn, she smashed him on the ground. Her eyes widened in surprise, when instead of biting the dust, he managed to recover with his hands and ricocheted from the ground, aiming a second kick which she barely dodged. She jumped back from him and smirked again. Not bad, Ichigo-chan, not bad at all. She praised him a little and watched as his mouth twitched in suppressed smirk. My turn. She thought and kicked herself off the ground and instantly flashed above Ichigo's head, trying to drop kick him in the left shoulder. She's even faster than Sui Feng. Ichigo grimaced a little as he couldn't dodge entirely and she grazed his skin a little. Well, I wanted to improve. Who's better to train me than the goddess of Flash? He was on the defensive, as she shot a barrage of kicks at his midsection, which he had to block with his hands and he silently thanked Shirosaki for his iero. In the millisecond, when Yuriuki was recovering from her surprise at him blocking all of her kicks, he grabbed her knee and sidestepped her, throwing her away in the process. She landed on all four few meters away from him. She's faster than me, I have to admit. He didn't have time to think more as she flashed again and he raised his hands to block her kick again, when she suddenly flashed in midair and next thing he knew, he was feeling a little sting on his back. Damn her Shunpo. He recovered from the kick and flipped himself on hands and landed in the crouch. You're quite fast, aren't you, Yuriuki-san? Yeah, and you're still quite calm, what gives? She grinned with satisfaction. Because dash. Ichigo flashed in front of her. She was already in the process of throwing a punch at his midsection when he flashed the same way as she did a moment before and reappeared behind her. I'm fast too. He finished cheekily and swiped her legs successfully. With his instinct screaming at him, he reflexively caught her ankle, which was only few inched from his face as she tried to kick him instantly after supporting herself on her hands. Swallowing his pride and reminding himself that this was only a spar, he kicked her in the stomach and sent her flying. Well, she is the ex-captain of 2nd Division. She can take the hits. Yuriuki skidded a little, till she used the momentum and flipped herself. She grimaced and clutched her abdomen. Damn, he got me. I almost can't believe it. But he held back with that kick, I can tell. She coughed a little and stood back up. Her smirk now gone, she flashed to Ichigo, throwing a sharp punch at his jaw, which he dodged. His leg already in the air, she jumped and used that leg as a springboard and kicked him in the jaw, spinning herself and landing in front of him. Ichigo staggered a little and cursed mentally. Both of the combatants cracked their knuckles and got into the stance again. After 10 more minutes, they were both panting a little, sweat rolling off their faces. Ichigo was spurting a little more sweat, as he was blowing off some steam before they even begun their spar. Ichigo's attire was now almost completely torn at his upper body and a few scratches and bruises were left on his shoulders, chest, and jaw. Yuriuki, on the other hand, took her top off a little while back. Her hands had some cuts on themselves, she had busted lip but her smirk was back. With a light breeze blowing off the dust around them, they flashed and met on the halfway, with Ichigo throwing a hard punch on her left shoulder and Yuriuki kicking his knee. In the last moment, Yuriuki jerked herself, narrowly evading the punch and spun herself on his shoulders. She landed on his back with her knees, sending them both at the ground, while Yuriuki crouched on him, pinning him down on the ground. Fine, I yield. Ichigo grumbled, making Yuriuki smirk victoriously. She got off him and helped him back on his feet. They shook hands with a grin. Thanks, Yuriuki-san, I needed this. She slapped him on his back, making him wince a little. No problem, you can always use me. She grinned at him but then froze at the not intended double meaning. Fortunately, it didn't seem he noticed and she released the breath she seemed to be holding. Ow, I think I'll use that healing water. I'm beat. Ichigo grumbled and with a sigh he walked to boulders that shadowed the bath. A small grin found its was on Yoriyuki's face. I wanted to take a dip in the first place, why not join him? She chuckled and silently followed him. She found him already in the water, enjoying it with closed eyes. She dropped the clothes and slowly walked in the bath, trying not to alert him. You know, Yoriyuki-san. I hope you are in your cat form or this will be quite awkward. Ichigo said, startling her a little. Please be a cat, please be a cat. Ichigo mentally prayed and almost jumped when he felt another skin touching his shoulder. Oh, come on Ichigo, loosen up. Yoriyuki whispered into his ears, making Ichigo shift his position a little, as her close presence seemed to awaken some parts of his anatomy. And open your eyes, I'm not gonna bite you. She laughed a little. Well, at least not yet, kitty, you need to stop now. Yoriyuki mentally slapped herself, trying to cool down. Ichigo slowly opened his eyes and gulped, when he noticed a naked Yoriyuki, dipped in the water just enough for him to see only the parts she was comfortable with, leaning on his shoulder. You're being awfully brave these days, Yoriyuki-san. Ichigo shuddered as she got more comfortable and accidentally showed him more skin. You don't like it? She asked in sultry voice. He sighed and shook his head. To be honest, I think I'm slowly getting used to it. He said with closed eyes and therefore didn't notice Yoriyuki's surprised face. She allowed herself a little smile and a content sigh escaped her lips. I talked to Rukia. Her eyes snapped open at his neutral voice and glanced at him. He was keeping his eyes closed, but a little frown appeared on his face, little bit hidden behind his orange hair. I almost thought he didn't want to talk about it. So? How did it go? She asked quietly. She felt him tense a little and so she turned him around, with his back in front of her. Ichigo almost yelped in surprise when he felt her small fingers kneading his shoulders. What are you doing, Yoriyuki-san? She put a finger on his mouth from behind him and hushed him. SHH, you're a bit stiff so I'm giving you a massage. Don't get used to it though. Ichigo smiled and relaxed into her touch. A small blush found its way on his face when she let him lean on her and he could feel her breasts pushed against his back. He moaned a little when her hands found an especially sore spot. Yoriyuki fought her own small blush at his moan and cleared her throat nervously. Calm down kitten, you've never been embarrassed like this before. What did you tell her? She asked. A deep sigh escaped Ichigo's mouth. I asked her why she loves me. I wanted to find out if she was just confused like Orium. Turned out, she wasn't. I think she really loves me. When he felt that Yoriyuki's hands stopped for a moment he tried to turn his head and glance at her, but she quickly pushed his head back. You know that I'm naked, right? No turning head. She whispered into his ear. When she was sure he listened to her, she swallowed a lump in her throat. That's great, right? She's sure about her feelings and you can now be together. Speaking of that, I probably shouldn't be here with you, if she saw us . Ichigo interrupted her with a sharp shake of his head. I don't feel the same way she does, Yoriyuki-san. I don't know if I handled it well. I swear I could see tears in her eyes. I'm really trash, aren't I? He dropped his head and clenched his fists underwater. I know how she feels and yet I betrayed her by denying her what she wants. She loves and she's a wonderful person too, probably the best I could hope for. Yet I still cast her away, just like I did with Orium, Tatsuki. I'm a coward who tried to rationalize something that can't be explained, maybe I should have tried it with her. I don't know. He muttered in low voice. Yoriyuki watched as his hunched back with a frown and a little bit of. Ichigo widened his eyes when he suddenly felt her arms around his waist and her head on his shoulder. Wadash. Be quiet. He gulped and nodded. Yoriyuki gripped him more tightly and leaned her cheek on the back of his neck. Stop with that kind of talk, Ichigo. You're not a trash just because you didn't respond to her feelings. You're simply young and not sure what you're feeling. Everyone is insecure in your age. Hell, even I had my own insecurities when I was your age. Nobody is perfect, but you're one of those people who strive to be exactly that. That's what I admire about you. You always want to be the best you can be. You have a strong sense of responsibility. Do you even realize what does this mean? That you're even cursing yourself for rejecting her. She nudged him with her nose. It means you're already far more than a trash. It means you're more than most of people I know. You want everyone to be happy, but I'm afraid that's something that can't be done. In your life, you'll probably learn that for yourself, so I won't try to talk some sense into you. Ichigo, you are a good person, and that you don't feel the same way as those girls isn't a crime. It's just how life is. They'll get over it. If it's not meant to be, it won't be. It's just that simple. You'll find somebody for yourself in time. Don't rush it, just because of these confessions. Try to ease a bit and you can rely on those around you. You can rely on me as I'm here for you. She noticed that one of his hands was gripping hers and she smiled a little. This wasn't Ichigo, she knew. The person in front of her was just a young boy with ordinary problems, someone who wasn't just a machine. Someone who was human. She felt him move and saw him raise his second hand. Since she was hugging him from behind, she didn't know what he did, but she heard him sniffle and her eyes filled itself with warmth. Ichigo. He motioned her to release him and straightened his back a bit. Thank you, Yuriuki-san. It seems that you know me the best. I'm better now. He said without turning and coughed. But I'm gonna carve this memory of you hugging me with your bosom into my brain, so that I'll never forget it. He turned and grinned at her cheekily, his blush now visible only as a slightly pink cheeks. Yuriuki gaped at him and blushed a little too. She whacked him on the head and ordered him to turn away. Pervert. She muttered and went to put her clothes on with a warm smile. Ichigo just chuckled and inhaled deeply. Thanks, Yuriuki-san. I almost gave Zanjitsu another reign. After relaxing in a bath for a few more minutes, Ichigo dressed and left the training grounds with the intention to further train himself. Zanjitsu, are you there? He asked mentally. Of course, Ichigo. Zanjitsu's deep voice answered him. I promised to train with you, so how do we do it? Zanjitsu seemed to ponder about it for a moment and then shook his head, not that Ichigo could have seen it. Right now, we won't train, yet. I want you to go to the 4th Division and visit Anohana. You mentioned that you wanted to learn Healing Kido too, and she's the perfect person for that. She'll probably help you further with your control of Ryutsu, and that could help you out in my training. But after that, I promise, we'll train. Zanjitsu nodded to himself. Ichigo gulped heavily. Do I have to go to Anohana-san? You know how she is. He laughed a little nervously, which only amused Zanjitsu. Oh? Don't tell me you're afraid of an innocent healer, Ichigo. Ichigo grimaced and shook his head instantly. Innocent my ass, she's giving me the creeps. Well, just take it as another form of training. Overcome your fear of creepy healers. Ichigo pouted when he heard Zanjitsu laughing in his mind. Screw you, Zanjitsu. He humphed and shut his mental link with his Zanpakuto, who was still laughing. He found Anohana quite quickly, since most of the patients were already released, leaving only few heavily wounded in the barracks. When she saw him knock nervously on the door of her office, Anohana allowed herself a small smile. I'm here for the second time today, must be a new record. Ichigo thought bitterly. Yes, Kurosaka-san. How can I help you? Ichigo gulped at her sweet tone and avoided her stare. If it wouldn't be too much to ask, could you teach me some Healing Kido, Anohana-san? She widened her eyes in surprise and motioned him to come in. After Ichigo sat down on the chair in front of her, she gazed at him without blinking. Why? She asked simply. Ichigo raised his head and put his hands on the desk. You already know that I've been training for a few days. I was able to learn some Kido yesterday, and I'm planning to finally train with Zanjitsu, my Zanpakuto. To do that, however, he told me to try to learn more control of my Ryutsu. I think that learning healing Kido requires an amazing control of your Ryutsu, so I thought I'd try that. Besides, I may have high-speed regeneration, but my friends do not, and there were moments when they were left seriously injured and I couldn't do a thing to help them, no more. If I can learn at least the basics, it would still be great. He said and met her gaze, in which Anohana could only see determination, pure determination. She smiled more and put her hand on his. Ichigo resisted the urge to run and raised an eyebrow. I only wanted to hear your reasons, Kurosaka-san, nothing more. That you want to be able to help your friends in need is, well, I don't think a healer needs a different reason. Come with me, I can show you the basics quite quickly, and after that, Isane will help you to improve further. I apologize for that, but being a captain, I don't have that much free time. She smiled apologetically at him and motioned him to follow her. That way she didn't notice the relieved sigh that escaped Ichigo's mouth. He followed her in silence through the corridors of barracks of the 4th Division, and after few minutes, they emerged in a small room, with almost no furniture, with a small statue and a table with incense. She sat down in front of the small statue and nodded to Ichigo to do the same. Where are we, Anohana-san? He asked cautiously. This is something akin to a shrine for us, members of Medical Division. We often come here to relax our minds and bodies. This statue is emitting weak spiritual energy that helps you recover after a hard day, and the incense is filled with medical herbs and relaxing odor, which helps you to relax. She turned and lighted the small accessory. It also serves as a training room, where thanks to the statue and incense we can train and improve our skills in more calming environment. Ichigo looked around in wonder and frowned. But don't you need an injured person to improve your medical skills? Anohana smiled and shook her head. Whatever gave you that idea, Kurosaka-san? No, of course not, that would be highly impractical. Only thing you need is control, precision, and being calm. Ichigo laughed embarrassedly and looked at the ground in shame. You didn't know. It's understandable that you'd think that, despite what I'm saying. Now, you need to know what to do if you want to use Kaido. It's actually very simple to understand but harder to do. Anohana said and held her hand, which was glowing with green light, in front of his eyes. I'm guessing that you can feel what's emitting from my hand. She asked Ichigo after a moment and looked at him expectantly. Yes, it's your spiritual energy, but it's somewhat different. It's almost as if I could feel kindness. If it makes any sense. Ichigo replied confused. She gave him a wide smile and nodded. Yes, very good, Kurosaka-san. You almost got it completely right. The process of healing a person is by restoring the patient's Ryutsu at the beginning, so we could use his own Ryutsu to start the healing process and then we mix our own Ryutsu. This is quite easy. You simply focus your energy to the palm of your hand, choose the proper amount of energy you want to restore and you will it into the patient's body. Of course, you have to take into account that every patient is different and not everyone can absorb big amounts of it. You need to be gentle and do it slowly in small doses, so that the body would naturally begin to absorb. She stopped and waited for Ichigo to nod in understatement. We can start with that. Try to restore a bit of my Ryutsu. I managed to deplete my reserves a bit, so I should be able to absorb quite easily. Oh, and before you try, focus on your Shinigami Ryutsu only. I'm positive that you can heal other hollows with your hollow energy, but I don't think it would be possible with Shinigami. Ichigo nodded and raised his hand. His eyes almost jumped out of their sockets, however, when Anohana started to take her robe off. You Anohana-san? What are you doing? He asked, trying to look away. Oh, didn't I tell you? It's best if you try it while touching the actual skin at first. It wouldn't work just with my hand as you need more surface than a simple hand can offer, since you're a beginner. My back should be good enough. She smiled innocently and turned around. Meanwhile, Ichigo's sweat dropped and gaped at her. He quickly shook his head to clear it, when Anohana pulled her robe down a bit so that her back was visible. You can put your hands on my back now, Kurosaka-san. She said, making Ichigo gulp. With a slight hesitation he slowly touched her back, feeling her jerk a bit from the contact. Whoa, her skin is so soft. Did I just think that? Ichigo mentally face-palmed and tried to concentrate. Remember, Kurosaka-san. Focus on your energy and let it flow to your hands, then slowly will it on my skin in small doses. She reminded him and waited. Okay. Easy enough. I've already did something similar while learning Kido with Haki. He slowly reached into his Ryotsu reserves in form of the bottomless dam and let a small amount to flow into his palms. When he was sure he had it right, he pushed and willed it into Anohana. His concentration broke when he heard her gasp and shudder a little. Are you alright, Anohana-san? He asked in alarm. Why yes, you just used too much of your Ryotsu and it surprised me. Try to lessen the amount. Normal officer could get into shock after being exposed to this much. She breathed out and nodded to him. Shit, even this is too much. Ichigo cursed mentally and furiously tried to cut the flow to his hand into pieces. He allowed only a tiny stream of it into his palms and prepared for his second attempt. Again he willed his Ryotsu into the captain in front of him. He almost sighed in relief when he heard no more gasps. Instead he heard a small moan and shook his head exasperatedly. Why do I have the feeling that this is not a normal reaction? To hell with it, this probably isn't even a proper method of training. I can't imagine Hanataro doing this stuff. Yes, Kurosaka-san, that's good. Exactly like this. Anohana mumbled, leaving Ichigo blushing a little. Damn, my imagination is getting more wild every day. It must be Shirosaka's fault. He screamed internally and tried to remain focused. After a few more seconds, he felt Anohana move a bit, so he stopped the flow of his Ryotsu and put his hands down. Okay, Kurosaka-san, this should be enough. You know how much Ryotsu you can use while helping a captain class fighter. If you want to help somebody weaker, tone down your flow of Ryotsu further. He watched her put her robe back on and frowned when he remembered something. It's strange, though. To help a Shinigami, I have to almost completely cut off the flow of my Ryotsu, but when I was doing the similar thing to those Eren cars, Haribel, and her Fraxion, I was using a lot more hollow energy yet I didn't hurt them. He rubbed his chin in wonder. It's probably because of the nature of hollows, as they are used to absorb energy from others as they devour them. The Eren cars are evolved forms of hollows, but their bodies still remember the sensation. Anohana answered him and turned around to face him again. She was spurting a little blush on her cheeks and her breathing seemed to be elevated, but Ichigo decided to not pay it any attention. The less I know, the happier I am. He convinced himself. Now for the second part, Kurosaka-san. Anohana said and shifted herself to get more comfortable. As you could see, the Ryotsu you were emitting from the palms of your hands didn't have green color. The reason is because you didn't know this most important part. You said it yourself, that you felt something like kindness in my Ryotsu, when I showed you the healing palm. The exact term would be, let me put it this way. To be able to successfully heal somebody, your Ryotsu must be devoid of any ill intents. That's why we, the medics, have to calm ourselves a little before the actual healing, and that we are calm people in general. Your mind must be at total peace, you have to be in total control of your emotions. The only thing that your whole being have to be focused on, is to emit positive emotions, the desire to genuinely help the patient, the need to see the one before you get better. It's not as easy as it sounds, mind you. She explained to Ichigo, expecting him to scoff and say that's easy. It was after she glanced at him, she remembered, who exactly was there with her. Ichigo's face showed amazement and respect that made her smile again. This sounds easy? Are you serious? Acquiring Bankai was easier than this. I know very well how hard it is to be in complete control of yourself. So is that the reason why there are ranks even in medical division? I mean, it sounds logical to me, that the higher rank you have as a medic, the more proficient you are in controlling your mind, right? I guess it's about the Ryotsu levels too, but this is the main reason, isn't it? Ichigo was thinking loudly. Anohana widened her eyes in light surprise. Yes, how very insightful of you, Kurosaka-san. It's exactly as you say. The more proficient you are in controlling your emotions and your mind, the higher rank you are. It took me a long time to get where I am now. I hope that one day Isane could take my position, as she has been able to improve herself drastically in a short time and she's only slightly worse in controlling herself than I am myself. She has other flaws, but I trust her skills. I'm very interested, however, in how well you can perform, now that you know what to do, Kurosaka-san. She looked at him expectantly. Ichigo grimaced and looked at his own hands. I don't think I'll impress you, Anohana-san. Since merging with Shirosaki, I'm discovering that my emotions are harder to control than before. Probably because he's my instinct, as he calls it, and it amplifies the things I feel. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Anohana looking at him with warm smile. It doesn't matter how well you do, Kurosaka-san. I was just kidding. It would be a great success if you could heal only a small cut. It takes a great amount of practice to do more. She took out her Zanpakuto and made a small cut on her finger that bled lightly. I want you to focus on everything I said so far and try to close this small wound. Ichigo raised his hands and put them around her bleeding finger. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I know the first step and now I have to add positive emotions, right? His mind started to wander around his happy memories with his mother and with his sisters. Not long after that the scene shifted to the one with heavy rain falling down on him and with something heavy pushing him down. It was the memory of the day his mother died. He tried to push it away as he already lived through this painful memory many times ever since it happened. He felt, however, slightly dizzy as his vision blurred a little and darkness threatened to overwhelm him. Always the same, huh? Ichigo thought. Every time this particular memory came out, he always blacked out at this point. He always thought that it was because when it really happened in the past, he simply fainted. This time, however, just a short moment before his vision disappeared, he heard an unfamiliar voice. He couldn't understand what was the voice saying, but at the end the voice laughed just as he finally blacked out. Anohana was watching Ichigo's face carefully and felt his Ryutsu shifting. When he put his hands around her finger and started to channel his energy, she was sure that he could do some progress. He even managed to change his Ryutsu around his hands to a shade of green before it flickered and started to darken. Alarms went off in her head when the color settled on black and she noticed that he was sweating profusely and mumbling incoherently. She quickly grabbed him by the collar and shook him a little. Kurosaka-san, wake up. What's going on? She thought in concern and shook him again. When he didn't respond, she slapped him lightly on the cheek. His eyes flickered and she sighed in relief as he slowly noticed his surroundings. Ugh, what the hell happened? He groaned and held his head in his hands. Anohana watched him, shook his head and immediately he flinched. What's wrong, Kurosaka-san? She was beginning to worry. Nothing like this ever happened while trying to learn medical Kido. My head hurts like crazy. I think I should go and find some vacant bed. He tried to stand up and staggered a little. Anohana quickly helped him by letting him lean on her and walked with him to the main medical room. They found a free bed and Ichigo quickly lied down, groaning again. She quickly raised her hand and examined him with her healing palm, trying to uncover some hidden injury. Her face formed a frown, however, when she found nothing. What happened, Kurosaka-san? She asked quietly. Ichigo let his hands fall down on the blanket under him and sighed. I'm not sure. I was trying to concentrate on my happy feeling but then my mind shifted to a memory on its own. What was the memory? Anohana asked curiously, for a moment forgetting about courtesy. When my mother died. Ichigo replied evenly, glancing at her. Oh. He rolled on his right and sighed again. If you don't mind, Anohana-san, I think I should sleep it off. I'm very thankful for your help, though. I now know what I should do, if I want to help somebody. I'll be back for some more guidance for sure. Anohana nodded and before her departure, she turned her head slightly. Take your time, Kurosaka-san, and don't rush it. Learning how to heal takes more time than you'd think. If I'm not available, you can ask Isane as I said before. Sleep well. She said and left the room, leaving Ichigo alone with his thoughts. Who the hell was that person in my memory? Ichigo thought, slightly angry before slowly drifting to a sleep. Wake up, Ichigo. It is time to train, time to release the power that has been sleeping till now. Ichigo woke up at the sound of Zanjitsu calling out to him. He was feeling rather refreshed, considering the fact that he had a headache before going to sleep. Now? I just woke up. Ichigo whined and stretched himself on the bed. Now, Ichigo, your Shinigami powers are impatient and they want to be finally used. This got Ichigo's attention. What are you talking about? Finally used. He was met with silence and was already forming another question, when the familiar voice stopped him. Later. Go to the training grounds, where you trained with me for Bankai. Ichigo frowned at the tone but listened nevertheless. He got out of the 4th division in a short time and proceeded to flash to the mentioned place. When he got there, he noticed that nobody was here and he sighed in relief. He was hoping that Yoriuki wouldn't be there, as he was somehow sure that his Zanpakuto will beat the crap out of him during their training. I'm here, Zanjitsu. What now? Instead of answering, man in a black cloak appeared suddenly in front of him with a stern look. Zanjitsu, what's with that look? Ichigo asked nervously. Ichigo. You asked what I was talking about, when I mentioned you'll be finally using your Shinigami powers. Zanjitsu said, keeping his voice as sharp as his look. Ichigo nodded with a small frown. Yeah. He watched as Zanjitsu looked away and for a moment nobody spoke. I meant that you'll be finally using the powers of your Zanpakuto. Till now, your only attack was Getsuga Tensho, but Ichigo, that's not originally a technique of Zanjitsu. Zanjitsu said and watched Ichigo's mouth open in shock. What do you mean? Getsuga Tensho is a simple attack of gathering your Reishi into the blade and releasing its condensed form in the form of the crescent-shaped energy, and every Zanpakuto of the Getsu type can use it. Even Aizen would be able to do it, if he knew about it, but I guess Kyoka never mentioned it to him. Ichigo tried to say something but for the second time in this week he couldn't find his voice. You only used your own Reishi to fuel the Getsuga. Yes, you borrowed some power from me before, or from your hollow powers, but it's still a generic attack. You don't know the true power of Zanjitsu. Since merging with Shirosaki, this power was struggling to get free, so that you would use it. Zanjitsu means slaying moon. Tell me Ichigo, what do you picture, when you think about the moon? Zanjitsu asked the silent Ichigo. When he noticed that no answer was coming out of Ichigo's mouth he sighed. The right answer is darkness, Ichigo. Moon is always surrounded with darkness, as it can only rise in the night. Indeed, the true power of Zanjitsu is the darkness, or rather the flames of the darkness. The cloak that Zanjitsu wore slowly shifted its form and was looking like a black flame surrounding him. Ichigo was speechless. Not even one thought pierced his stunned mind. It was beyond comprehension for him. Why do you think that the Getsuga in your Bankai was black in color? You thought it was because of Shirosaki? Wrong. In your current Bankai you used to call upon the true form of your Zanpakuto power. It was forceful and thus your Kuroi Getsuga was weaker than the one Shirosaki was able to use. But it was something, even if by small margin, you incorporated your true power into the basic Getsuga, changing it into something new. Of course, you could protest that your Kuroi Getsuga had the hollow feel into it, but it's only because you were using it while also unconsciously using your hollow powers. When Ichigo didn't move, Zanjitsu sighed again. I just hope that he can take what I'm saying to him. Damn you Zanjitsu, you could have waited a little bit longer. Zanjitsu cursed and the only response was a slight grunt from the back of Ichigo's mind. Yes, I know that, but still, I can't say what I am right now, our agreement must hold a little bit longer. After a few minutes he noticed that Ichigo finally started to show signs of life. What does this mean? Ichigo asked in absolute confusion. It means that you need to release your Zanpakuto to see its true form, Ichigo. Ichigo blinked and looked at him in disbelief. But how? I'm already in Shikai. Zanjitsu only looked at him. Amuse me, Ichigo, you should know the phrase by now. What are y-? Ichigo protested when he heard a whisper from the back of his mind. His eyes widened and he raised his blade. Set the darkness ablaze, Zanjitsu. He yelled and had to squint his eyes, when a wave of Ryutsu phased through him. He blinked and looked at his Zanpakuto. He blinked again. In his hands was the same old huge cleaver he was used to, only with a small but drastic changes. The hilt was now present. The blade has a slight curve at its beginning and its blade was covered in black flames. If he wasn't in such shock, he would have dropped his Zanpakuto in surprise. Instead, he examined it in awe. He looked back at Zanjitsu standing in front of him. It's amazing. It feels different and yet the same at the same time. I don't know how to describe it, it just feels right. He swung it lightly around himself and noticed that the flames were heating the air around him, but strangely it didn't bother him. It's your power, of course it can't bother you. Zanjitsu voiced Ichigo's thoughts. What it can do? I mean the flames. Ichigo asked in wonder. Well, they can burn. Ichigo fell comically on the ground. I know that. He yelled with red face. The other thing it can do, every person who's being burned by it feels every horrible thing he did in his lifetime. He feels the pain of his victims, their suffering, every little crime is used against him and force him to feel the darkness within him. It has its weaknesses as anything else. Enemy with a will strong enough, or with a mind in absolute control can lessen or almost completely negate its effects, and the darkness can't affect pure beings, the ones who never committed any crime. But in their case, they feel their every dark emotion amplified. And the ones who live in darkness are not affected by it too. Zanjitsu said in serious voice. Ichigo shuddered. That's a nasty ability. I can always extinguish the flames on somebody, right? He asked with a frown. He never liked and believed in torturing his enemies. Yes, of course. But how can I release Zanjitsu again? I mean, wasn't I in Shikai till now? Zanjitsu thought about it for a moment. You can say that what you've been using till now was an incomplete Shikai. You never used a real Asashi before, therefore your blade had to be in that incomplete state. He saw Ichigo opening his mouth and quickly put his hand in front of him. That's nothing you should be concerned about right now. What you should be concerned about is trying to learn its new abilities. Today, you'll learn two techniques, one for attacking and one for defending. The first one is called Anjutsu no Ka, or Fire of the Dark Moon. Its main purpose is to deliver the flames of darkness onto your opponent, dealing injuries, and the already mentioned effect of the black flames. To use it, focus your energy into the sword, same as with the Getsuga Tensho, but this time, don't think about your Reishi as the simple energy, but as the dark flames, then release it. Zanjitsu explained and motioned Ichigo to try it. The said person nodded and still in awe at his slightly new Zanpakuto he did as instructed. Anjutsu no Ka. He yelled and released the attack. He almost yelped when a huge wave of black Ryutsu emerged from his blade and shot forward, burning everything in its path, leaving scorched ground and roasted boulders after it. Wow! Ichigo said impressed. The magnitude of the attack is slightly bigger than my regular Getsuga, power required is roughly the same but the area affected is wider. He thought and turned to Zanjitsu. Very good. You can control the amount of the energy put into it in the same way as with the Getsuga. The second ability is called Yami no Tsukitate, or Lunar Shield of Darkness. It creates a black shield in front of you, blocking physical and energy attacks and burning anything it comes in contact with. Very useful ability, especially for someone like you, who likes to jump in every dangerous situation without thinking first. Zanjitsu explained the second ability and glanced at Ichigo, who looked down in shame. He rubbed his neck and laughed nervously. I think I deserved that one. To use the shield, focus on the energy as the flames, just like with the Anjutsu no Ka, and concentrate it into one small point at the end of the blade and slash down. Ichigo nodded in understatement and focused on his energy. It took him a little bit longer this time, as he had some troubles guiding the flames into the one concentrated spot. When he was sure he got the amount right, he slashed down and exclaimed, Yami no Tsukitate. And before his very eyes a medium-sized shield, just big enough to cover him, erupted from his blade and positioned itself in front of him, shielding him perfectly. As expected from you, Ichigo. Now do it again, this time you have to use it faster. In real battle you don't have that much time to prepare it. You'll train until you can do it in an instant. Zanjitsu commanded strictly, and a bead of sweat formed on Ichigo's forehead. I'm starting to think that Shirosaki isn't the only one who's merciless. Shit. I'm betting that he'll be pissed. Yuriyuki cursed under her breath as she was flashing towards the Ryotsu of one orange-haired Shinigami. Few minutes ago, as she was relaxing with Urahara in his shop, an unexpected guest showed up, beaten up and in a bad condition with an even worse message. I don't envy those bastards who did it. She shook her head and frowned, when she realized that his Ryotsu signature was originating from the training grounds she and Urahara built. He's training again. As she got closer, she noticed that the air was getting warmer every few meters. What is he doing? She finally dropped in front of Ichigo, as he was just done with putting his clothes back on. He jumped in surprise when he noticed her. Yuriyuki-san. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? She asked him with a frown. He almost said that he was training, but he noticed that she was little out of breath. What's wrong, Yuriyuki-san? Why were you rushing here? His eyes showed concern and she felt a warm feeling in her chest. She bit her lip and shook her head. It's Nell, she showed up just a few moments ago in Kisuke's shop. Ichigo, she's been beaten quite badly. Yuriyuki said and watched as his warm smile turned into angry frown and the air around him got heavy. Take me to her. Chapter 8, Hueco Mundo Part 1. I'm sorry for being a bother. Nell gasped through the shallow breaths. Don't talk, young lady. Tessai hushed her and wiped a sweat from his brow. Ever since the green-haired Arrancar showed up on the doorsteps of the Urahara's shop and fainted just after walking in, Tessai has been trying to heal her most grave injuries, although he was getting nowhere and slightly desperate. Nothing he has done till now worked on the Arrancar. And I am supposed to be the captain of Kido Corps. He cursed himself mentally and concentrated again. Urahara was sitting next to him with a frown on his face, hidden behind his fan. He wasn't worried about the patient as he was sure that she would get better in no time. No, he was worried about the reaction of one young, substitute Shinigami, who was probably on his way right now. Maybe I shouldn't have let Yuriyuki get him. We should have solved this without him. From what I heard, this girl is precious to him, and if he sees her like this, oh boy. The only thing that the shopkeeper was able to get out from Nell was the fact that while they were trying to live in Las Noches, they were attacked last night. After she managed to stutter that out, she fainted again. He turned his head when he heard some loud noise. Where is she? Urahara-san. Where the fuck are you? Angry voice of Ichigo Kurosaki entered the room in which they were trying to heal Nell. Oh boy, indeed. Urahara thought and quickly moved from his position in front of the doors. His action probably saved him some bruises, as a moment after that, the doors were kicked down and he noticed orange hair. He immediately moved to calm the teen down, but after he noticed Ichigo's stare, he gulped and uncharacteristically didn't say anything. No way. Ichigo thought when he entered the room and got a good look at the childish Arrancar that helped him so much. Nell. He whispered and kneeled next to her. With his jaws clenched, he had to gain control of his own stomach when he took a closer look at her. She was a mess. Her clothes were ripped apart and were only covering her modesty. She was missing half of her left leg to the knee, with deep gashes on the other one, and was bleeding profusely. There was a gaping hole, at least few inches in diameter at the center of her stomach, and Ichigo could swear that he could see the ground she was lying on through it. As if it wasn't enough, she was spurting bruises all over, her lips were busted, and she was bleeding from a small wound above her eyebrows. The worst were her arms. They were both broken, bones protruding from the wrists, showing their white color to all of them. Jesus fucking. Ichigo bit his lip, keeping himself from bursting from rage. His Ryotsu was already flowing heavily through the air, wildly heating it with its fiery nature. He clenched his fists and turned to Tessai. How is she? He asked the Kido master. Said person shook his head in frustration. She's in bad condition, my Kido isn't working for some reason. I healed wizards in the past, so I thought that I could heal Arrancars too, but it seems I can't. Ichigo closed his eyes and tried to calm down. Move. He said to Tessai and put his hands on Nell's stomach. The ex-captain wanted to protest, but he noticed Yuriyuki, who was standing behind Ichigo, shaking her head. So he moved away and watched the teen with curious expression. She can't die, she won't die. Ichigo thought and began to draw upon his hollow energy. After a minute, he had to close his eyes, as seeing Nell so beaten up was disturbing his concentration. When nothing happened for several minutes and the only thing that could be heard were Nell's gasps of breath, Urahara wanted to interrupt, but a sudden surge of riot so flowed into Ichigo's hands, so he sit back down. "Don't you dare, Nell. Hang in there," Ichigo thought, and pushed more of his energy into her. Small bead of sweat was starting to form on his brow. Damn, doesn't she possess high-speed regeneration or what? Ichigo thought, alarmed when nothing happened after 2 more minutes. When he wanted to call out to her, he heard a small gasp, different from the ones she was making till now. He dared to open his eyes, and with a relieved sigh he noticed that the tissue damage and the bones in her arms were slowly repairing itself, and the missing leg was slowly starting to form new bone and muscles around it. After few more moments, Nell tiredly blinked and her eyes darted around herself in confusion. When she noticed Ichigo's concerned face hovering above her, his brow crooked in concentration, a small smile formed on her face. "Hey, Ikki," she said in a weak voice. "Hey yourself," Ichigo replied quietly. "Ikki?" Urayuki thought in irritation. "Oh, I see something amusing." Urahara grinned after noticing Urayuki's mouth twitching. Tessai only shook his head and glanced at Ichigo. "Full of surprises as always, Ichigo-san. How are you feeling, Nell?" Ichigo asked her in concern. She just smiled at him, but then her eyes widened as she remembered the reason she came to the world of the living in the first place. She tried to sit down, but a sharp pain halted her actions and she grunted in pain. "Easy there, girl. You're still in bad shape," Urayuki called to her. Ichigo helped her to lie down again and stared at her. "What's going on, Nell? What happened to you?" He noticed that she clenched her fists and tears formed in her eyes. "Nell?" he asked in alarm. "Remember when you told us to go back to Las Noches and live there together?" she said suddenly. "Yeah." Ichigo looked at her in confusion. "We did, and we even found Grimjo lying in a pool of his own blood. We managed to save him though, and for the past few days, we finally had some peace, although we were getting worried about Lilynet." She trailed off and looked at the ceiling. Others were patiently waiting for her to continue. She blinked and cleared her throat. "Last night, we were attacked. It was so sudden, we didn't know what was happening. I mean, Haribel should be the strongest person in Hueco Mundo right now, so we thought that Noon would dare to go near us. But in the middle of the night a horde of Ajichas showed up in front of Las Noches and were trying to kill us." Ichigo widened his eyes and his hand shook with rage. "How dare they? Normally, it wouldn't be that much of a problem. Me and Haribel are Aaron Cars, one of the top ex-Espada, and before Aizen came, we were Vastolord. The others were only Ajichas, but the Hogyaka gave us a little more power in our evolution. So we could have taken probably on 10 Ajichas by ourselves." She coughed and Urahara quickly handed her glass of water. After she refreshed herself, she continued. "But I would have never thought that so many Ajichas could work together. There was maybe 30 of them at the beginning, and I think I saw a Vastolord commanding them." She finished and the trio exchanged astonished looks. "How is that even possible?" Urayuki turned to Urahara, who, for once, looked completely clueless as others did. "I don't think that's all." Nell surprised them further. "What do you mean?" Urahara asked and glanced at Ichigo, who looked like he was keeping himself from running to Hueco Mundo right away. "I didn't have enough time to think about it, but I never saw Vastolord in charge of Ajichas before. Not to mention that Ajichas themselves wouldn't blindly obey somebody. I think that someone else is behind it. But that's enough, I need to go back. Only with luck I managed to get here so I could try to call for some help. Others are still in danger. I think that only Haribel was the only one left, who could fight. And there was still so many of them." She went silent and wiped her tears. Ichigo looked at her and stood up abruptly. "Is there anything else I should know, Nell?" he asked in a neutral voice. She looked up and shook her head. "Ichigo?" Urayuki asked and tried to move to him when they all felt his heavy riot so pushing them down. "I'm going there, alone. I don't want you to see what I'm about to do," he said with his turned head, keeping them from seeing his face. He quickly ripped the air and opened a small garganta, and before anyone could do anything he jumped in with the portal closing on him. Yuriyuki was the first one to recover and she tried to grab his leg. No. Ichigo, wait. She yelled and her heart shook when, in the last moment, she got a good look on at his face. There wasn't any cute frown on it, nor kind, warm smile that he could show her. There was only rage and pure hatred written all over it. His eyes betrayed nothing and she could see that he was prepared to wipe out everybody who hurt his friend. Ichigo. She closed her eyes and prayed for his safety. Wait. You said your name was Urahara-san, right? We have to go after him. Nell exclaimed and turned to the shopkeeper, who shook his head. No. You can't go. Your body is still recovering, and trust me. I know Kurosaka-san enough to know that he wouldn't want you to see the things he's about to do. Additionally, he can take care of himself. I can't imagine anybody that could defeat him right now. Nell gaped at him and glanced at the place where Ichigo ran into Garganta. Don't lose yourself, Ichigo, not for me. She thought, and with a heavy heart lied down on the futon. Boss, did you feel his Ryutsu too? It's changed and I don't know if I'm right, but it almost seems like it was heating the very air around him. Tessai said with a concern. Urahara nodded and frowned. So he's starting to develop even further. I don't think his human body will be able to take it after all. Ichigo was seeing red as he was sprinting through the black nothingness of Garganta. Just the memory of seeing tears on Nell's face made him clench his fists so hard, he almost drew blood. How dare they? He thought again and pushed himself to run faster. He almost tripped, however, when he heard Zanjitsu talking to him. Calm down, Ichigo. You'll need to be able to think straight in the upcoming fight. You can't just blitz in and kill everybody. Ichigo closed his eyes. I know that, but right now, my emotions are stronger than my reason. He heard something that closely resembled sigh. Well then, get ready, because there is something else you need to know, Ichigo. Right now, you are unable to use your Bankai. What? Ichigo mentally yelled. Ichigo, you finally released the true power of your Zanpakuto. The old Bankai is something you won't see again, and therefore you have to earn your Bankai again. It won't be like last time, but you won't get it for free either. There are also some things you need to know first. Zanjitsu said, making Ichigo almost stop in his tracks. What are you talking about, Zanjitsu? Ichigo asked in frustration. Wait, that means I can't use my resurrection either. Damn, Zanjitsu. I'm going against Ajichas and probably even against Vastlord. I am fully aware of that, Ichigo. But it is time for you to understand something. In the past you were relying too heavily on your Bankai. It'll be different this time. Do you think that Captain Commander uses his Bankai for small fries like that? Zanjitsu asked in calm voice. Ichigo widened his eyes comically. Are you comparing me with freaking Captain Commander? The guy who has been a Shinigami for 1,000 years? Are you fucking kidding me? He yelled in disbelief. Yes, he may have been a Shinigami for 1,000 years if not more, but he isn't you either. Your potential is limitless, Ichigo. You have something that nobody in this world has. Your powers are a combination of every possible power in this universe. You can, and trust me, you will be, the most powerful being in this world. Zanjitsu surprised him suddenly. Ichigo shook his head. That's impossible, nobody has limitless potential, Aizen himself said it, but fine. I don't have time for this. More importantly, are you really serious that I only can use my Shikai? I may be strong and I'm not scared, but the thought of being able to use only that much power worries me a little bit. What if I can't save them in time with only Shikai? Ichigo turned his head and stared at the dark surroundings. To be honest with you, Ichigo, I don't care. Zanjitsu said frankly, this time making Ichigo trip in shock. He managed to recover in split second and ran again. What do you mean, Zanjitsu? I don't care if you can't save them, Ichigo. Yes, I'd be sad, because it would inevitably bring you despair. But my main reason for aiding you, is because I want to protect you, Ichigo. You yourself is the only thing you don't want to protect, that's why someone else has to do it for you. Ichigo's shocked face twisted itself into a small and honest smile. He inhaled deeply and felt a tear in his eye. Thank you, Zanjitsu. Even if I disagree with you and even if I'm angry with you right now, it means a lot to me. He shook his head to clear his thoughts as he noticed that he was slowly getting close to the end of his garganta. With his mindset on the task before him, he sped to the exit. I only hope that you'll feel the same way after you'll learn the truth, Ichigo, Zanjitsu thought sadly. I have to applaud you, Tear Haribel, and your fallen comrades, to be able to defeat so many of my subordinates. You managed to impress me. There was only 6 of you and yet you managed to dispose of nearly 20 or so of my Ajichas. Impressive indeed. But your pointless struggle ends now. Haribel watched in anger as the masked face of the Vastolord in front of her twisted itself into evil smirk. I would have never thought that I was this weak. I'm sorry girls. She thought and closed her eyes as she felt the Vastolord forming his Sero, pointing it at her head. It's over. He yelled and released his Sero. My master will be surely pleased. He thought with a grin, which faded instantly as the smoke from the explosion cleared itself. In front of the fallen ex-espada stood a Shinigami with orange hair, holding up his sword in front of him. What? He blocked my Sero. Who are you? Vastolord yelled in anger. Kuro, Saki. Haribel gasped in surprise. Ichigo ignored the screaming hollow and turned his head to her. His first reaction after seeing her covered in blood was anger, but when his eyes found hers, he offered her a warm smile. Yo. I thought I stopped by to check how were you guys doing. Seems like I made it just in the right time, huh? He grinned and sent a wink at her. She remained silent and let the consciousness slowly leave her. After she closed her eyes, Ichigo turned his head back to the Vastlord in front of him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. Are you the one who did this to them? He asked and tried to feel the Ryutsu of the others. His eyes widened when he felt Grimmjow's Ryutsu and realized it was flickering. Damn it. I need to finish this quickly. I may not like him but I'd be damned if I let him die. Not on my watch. It was done by my subordinates but never mind that. I ask you again. Who are you, Shinigami? I'd ask what's your name, but I don't think I need to hear it. You'll be purified along with others when I'm done with you all. Ichigo retorted and ignored the question when he noticed that the remaining Ajichas started to surround him. 6, 7, 8, 9, so I guess Haribel and the others defeated 21 of them. But there will be none after I'm finished. Ichigo mentally counted the numbers of opponents and readied himself. The Vastolord grimaced. You think you can take on us alone? You are way too arrogant, Shinigami. Kill him. The Ajichas quickly listened and closed the distance between them and Ichigo. Too slow. Ichigo thought and flashed next to the closest two and swung his blade at them. The one who resembled a bat managed to jump away in time, only to gain a small gash on his leg, but his comrade wasn't as lucky and his head felt on the ground with his body slowly disintegrating. When the others saw that, they screamed in anger and jumped at him. Ichigo had to flash away to avoid being impaled through his stomach and his head. With a clang, he parried the attack of the Ajichas with the appearance of a mantis and sword-like arms. When he sensed an incoming attack from behind, he jumped backwards and started to gather his hollow energy in midair. Vastolord's face showed surprise when he felt it. Sero. Ichigo whispered, and from the tip of his finger a bright red Sero erupted, obliterating the Ajichas below him. 2 down, 7 more to go. What is he? No-name Vastolord thought after witnessing Ichigo's Sero. His eyes suddenly widened in recognition. Wait. He must be the one Master mentioned. In that case, I'll probably have to fight him myself. He grinned sadistically and for the time being, watched the fight. Ichigo was slowly getting overwhelmed. Sure, he managed to defeat 2 Ajichas almost right away, but the remaining ones started to work together, after seeing what he was capable of. They were more careful in their approach and they were covering each other's backs. This is really weird, I never thought that they could really work together. Ichigo thought and had to quickly duck under a swipe of a tiger like Ajichas. He spun himself, trying to cut off its head, but a bear like Ajichas deflected his sword. He grimaced in frustration and jumped backwards a little, putting some distance between Ajichas and himself. It's time I use Zanjutsu true powers in fight. He thought and held up his Zanpakuto in front of him. Set the darkness ablaze, Zanjutsu. He yelled and a burst of black Ryutsu exploded around him, creating a small shockwave, pushing the Ajichas back and surprising the Vastolord with his heavy Ryutsu and its dark nature. The Ajichas looked at each other and started to back away from him a little. Even they could feel the difference in power. You think I'll let you get away with the things you did to my friends, and Grimmjow? Ichigo muttered darkly and his eyes glowed with Ryutsu. He gathered the needed energy into his blade and flashed to his opponents, closing the distance in an instant. Anjutsu no Ka! He exclaimed and let the flames rush at the surprised bear-like Ajichas who couldn't evade in time. When the dark flames hit him, his eyes almost rolled in his head instantly from the incredible pain. Everybody else watched as his mouth opened and he screamed in agony. After a few seconds, the previously incoherent screams turned into words, as the black flames created visions, only for him to see. "No, stop it! Stop the voices, Gaia!" Remaining Ajichas looked at him in horror as he started to claw his own flesh from his head in desperation as the voices inside of his head and the visions he was experiencing were getting stronger. "Why did you do it, mister?" A childish humanoid hollow entered his vision, with its limbs broken it slowly crawled to him. "Daddy, why me? Wasn't I a good daughter?" From his right, a small girl walked to him, blood flowing from under her pink skirt. She had empty eyes and lifeless expression. The Ajichas screamed again and tried to move away when they reached him and started to rip his flesh away. A blood-curdling scream was heard and the Ajichas plucked his own eyes, heavily bleeding but still screaming. Even if he wanted to punish every single one of them, Ichigo had to turn his head away from the sickening scene as the Ajichas, bleeding all over from his Ichigo's attack and from its own hands tried to pounce on his head to stop its visions. With a final blow, it crushed its own skull and stopped screaming, dead at last. "Oh man, I think I'm gonna be sick, this is awful," Ichigo thought and tried to hold the contents of his stomach. It is, the power of dark flames isn't something that should be enjoyable. It serves as a harsh punishment for everyone. That you find it disgusting is probably a good thing. If it brought you pleasure, well, I wouldn't be happy. Zanjutsu told him quietly. Ichigo shuddered at the very thought of somebody being able to enjoy this kind of scene and focused on the remaining Ajichas, who were frozen from the disgusting scene. His mind was still unsettled when he witnessed the disturbing effects of his own power, but he decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, it was his power and he was sure as hell wasn't going to push them away. If he was the one who could ultimately punish sick bastards, well, he was okay with it. Still, it disturbed him a little. He slowly walked to Ajichas, which seemed to wake them up from their shock. When they noticed Ichigo slowly approaching them, with dark Ryutsu surrounding him, they tried to crawl away from him, tripping on their own claws. The voice of the Vastolord stopped them in their tracks. "You worthless trash, you see one weird thing and you are scared shitless. Do you really want me to report this to the master?" He yelled, making them gulp heavily and stop their movements. "Master?" Ichigo thought in confusion. The threat worked and the Ajichas hesitantly readied themselves. Ichigo himself got into stance and as they charged him, he ducked under the first one, sidestepped the second one slashing backwards, where he hit one of them, making a deep gash in the Ajichas' stomach. His senses screaming at him, he put his blade in front of him, blocking incoming attack just in time. He threw the gorilla-like Ajichas of him when his widened. Remaining 4 hollows were already finished with charging their joint zero. As the beam of energy rapidly approached Ichigo, he quickly slashed with his Zanpakuto down. "Yami no Tsukitate!" He yelled and a dark shield emerged in front of him, stopping the zero in its path, creating a small explosion that engulfed him and the 2 Ajichas still standing behind him. "Something tells me he's not finished," Vastolord mumbled. He didn't miss the flames that formed a wall in front of Ichigo just as the zero closed on him. Phew, that was one hell of a zero, Ichigo thought mentally. When the smoke cleared, the Ajichas that shot the zero at him, looked at him in horror. There was absolutely no injury on him, but the 2 hollows that were caught in explosion were severely burned and barely breathing. Ichigo turned to them and contemplated about their fate. He could have left them to suffer or he could finish them off. The image of beaten Nell entered his mind, and for the first time in his life, Ichigo turned away from someone in pain and let them suffer. They deserve it, he thought, and mentally dared Zanjitsu to disagree with him. They do. Zanjitsu answered him immediately, but his face showed a little concern. Ichigo flashed to the remaining 4 Ajichas and instantly beheaded one of them. Its body disintegrated even before its skull landed on the ground. As the others tried to evade his next swing, the flames around Ichigo started to burn more, slowly creeping their way around him. From the moment the image of Nell settled in his mind, rage started to flow through him again. With his eyes glowing with Ryotsu, he charged at and kicked the closest Ajichas with Ryotsu-induced kick, jumping slightly, when he noticed claws entering his vision. As he dodged a kick, he spun himself in the air, surprising the Hollow who tried to kick him, bisecting him instantly. Its blood splashed on his clothes, but he paid it no attention. Using his momentum, he kicked from the ground, reaching the last Ajichas, aiming a punch at his gut. Pumping some of his Ryotsu to his fist, he hit the Hollow below its hole, ripping through its flesh. "Now you have a second hole," he commented coldly, and let some of the flames, that run along his arm, reach the Hollow, causing him to scream in agony and drop dead in a matter of seconds. He turned his head to look at the Ajichas he kicked a moment ago and saw it slowly scrambling back at its feet. Without giving him a chance to get ready to defend himself, Ichigo flashed to him and plunged his Zanpakuto through his chest, pinning him to the ground with a sickening squelch and killing him instantly. With blood still on his hand, Ichigo turned his head to the Vastolord, who was getting a bit nervous from the eerie feeling he was feeling after witnessing Ichigo killing his subordinated like they were flies. As the black flames started to cover Ichigo's whole body, the Vastolord took an unconscious step back. Something was telling him that the person in front of him wasn't someone he would want to underestimate. He drew his own blade he got from some Shinigami his master killed in the Minos forest and waited for a moment, before disappearing in a buzzing sound that signaled Sonito. Ichigo managed to notice him in time and blocked the incoming slash, skidding a few inches back. "So he's strong, good, someone I can finally test myself." Ichigo grinned and jumped above the Hollow, spinning himself and the sword in midair, trying to cut through the Vastolord's skull. The humanoid narrowly blocked the surprising attack and pushed Ichigo from him. The substitute Shinigami landed a few meters behind him and immediately pushed himself from the ground, aiming a jab at the Hollow. Said person sidestepped him and slashed at him with his second hand with claws on it. Sensing an incoming attack, Ichigo ducked and managed to kick him in the skull, sending the Hollow flying but also almost breaking his leg. "Fuck." He cursed mentally and charged the Vastolord, who landed after crashing into ground. His eyes widened however when he sensed a huge amount of Hollow energy in front of him, and only his reflexes saved him from the incoming Zero. He turned his head in horror however, when he realized where the Hollow's attack continued. "No. Horrible." Cursing his own stupidity, he pushed himself, trying to outrun the Zero. "Damn it, I was getting too caught up in the fight." It was only then when he noticed his bloody attire and the blood on his hands. "Oh God, I ripped a hole through that Hollow with my own fist." He gulped in realization of his own cruel actions. With the Zero reflecting in his eyes, he teared his focus back on stopping it and jumped in front of Harry Bell, having only a moment before the attack collided with him. "Fuck, no time for the shield." He cursed and held up his blade in front of him, desperately trying to block it somehow. The Zero was however on another level in the comparison with the one the Ajichas shot at him or the one he blocked when he arrived. It was too heavy for him to block it with just his sword, and he again cursed his own stupidity. In a desperate attempt, he pumped as much Ryotsu to his own skin as he could and hoped that he would survive. After few more seconds of trying to hold back the energy, he was engulfed in an explosion for the second time. The Vastolord buzzed near the origin of explosion and waited. He still wasn't sure if that ended the Shinigami. He grimaced when the wind blew the smoke away. Ichigo was still standing with his attire burned heavily, showing his bare torso with tribal tattoo. Thanks to his attempt to lessen the effects of the Zero with his own Ryotsu, he managed to escape the worst of the explosion and received only light burns on his hands that were already healing, using his high-speed regeneration. "You impress me, Shinigami. Not many could survive my Zero, not to mention with only this much damage." Hollow admitted not so happily. Ichigo gasped a little. He spent a good amount of his reserves to block the Zero. Shit. He cursed and gripped the sword tightly. No more games. I have to finish this. Grimjoe is almost dead and the others aren't better. He suddenly flashed away from the Hollow's vision in an impressive show of speed. Vastolord widened his eyes in surprise when he felt his arm being severed and quickly jumped away. Gah! He grunted in pain as the blood sprayed from the wound. He glanced at his arm and grimaced in pain as he felt his high-speed regeneration slowly kick in. What was that speed? He was fast before, but not like this. He thought about his chances when a heavy riot suppressed on his shoulders, widening his eyes further. He turned his head and his eyes landed on Ichigo, who was slowly walking towards him, his remaining clothes floating as the air itself was getting heavy with his riot so. I'm going to end this now, Hollow. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Ichigo said coldly. Play with me? Don't tell me, he was holding back the entire time. Vastolord's eyes glowed as the realization fell on him and he gulped. The air was starting to get hotter as Ichigo approached him and after calculating his chances of survival, the Hollow almost wanted to retreat. But how could he escape with his life intact? Then he blinked, when he remembered something his master told him about his subordinates. Yes, that could work, I just need some diversion. As Ichigo was almost in front of him, he finally formed his plan and got into stance. Ichigo squirmed his eyes, trying to figure out what was Hollow planning. He immediately went to create his shield when he saw Vastolord forming a zero. It's pointless, you can't defeat me with it when I know it's coming. Ichigo yelled at the Hollow who smirked, making Ichigo suddenly wary. How do you know I'm aiming at you, Shinigami? Flash of realization went through Ichigo's eyes and he cursed again. He saw the zero being shot in the direction of Grimjoe and he quickly flashed in front of it with his shield prepared. Yami no Tsukatate. His shield managed to block the zero with little difficulty. What was he thinking? He thought in confusion. Looking for someone, Shinigami. Hollow's voice made him turn his head. Vastolord was kneeling next to one of the Ajichas Ichigo left to die in pain, touching it slightly with one of his claws. What are you doing? Ichigo asked warily. The Hollow smirked, creating a feeling of dread inside Ichigo's stomach. Do you know why I was bestowed with these subordinates? Why am I even here? Vastolord grinned cruelly and jabbed his finger inside the Ajicha's stomach. It's because these Ajichas are special. They were modified a little. I just put an energy equal to more than one of my zero inside of him. Do you know what happens after a few moments? Boom. The Hollow whispered sadistically. Think of the explosion. I don't think your friend over there will be able to survive alone. He pointed at Haribel who was lying only a short distance from them. Ichigo looked at him in horror. I don't think you will finish me, Shinigami. But know this. We will meet again and when we do, you'll be on your knees, begging me to finish you off. Vastolord grinned and flashed away, leaving Ichigo frozen for a second. When he noticed the glowing Ajichas however, Ichigo quickly acted and left the thought of pursuing of the Hollow alone and flashed next to Haribel. He wrapped his arms around her and jumped away just as the Ajichas exploded, creating a shockwave and sending him flying through the air and crashing into the walls of Las Noches painfully. Fortunately, he managed to flip himself while in the air, so that the only one injured would be him and not Haribel. He groaned a little as he pushed himself from the ground. His back hurt and he suspected that the blast managed to burn him a little. How ironic, my power is fire-based and yet I am burned. Sending his hollow energy to the wound he sighed in relief as the high-speed regeneration kicked in. He placed Haribel on the ground and grimaced. He wanted to help her first but he panicked when Grimjoe's riot so flickered from the existence, leaving only a weak pulse. Shit, shit, shit. With an impressive speed, he flashed to the blue-haired Arrancar and took a good look at him. He looks like shit. Grimjoe was missing his entire left arm, from the shoulder down. One of his ears was missing too, a bone was protruding from his leg and deep gashes ran along his chest, similar to the one Ichigo himself gave him not that long ago, but these were way more life-threatening. He could almost see his ribs through one of the wounds. Quickly putting his hands on him, he channeled his hollow energy and pushed a good amount to him. It took significantly less time for his high-speed regeneration to take effect as it did with Nell. Maybe every hollow has different speed of regeneration. Ichigo thought in wonder. Ichigo. I'm glad you're back to yourself. Zanjitsu sighed in relief. Yeah, me too, Zanjitsu, me too. Inside his mind, Zanjitsu shook his head. No, you don't understand, Ichigo. It's not as simple as you think it is. You didn't become just too caught up in fight, you were getting caught up in your own darkness. Zanjitsu said with a little worry in his voice. Ichigo raised his eyebrow, but continued to focus on giving his energy to Grimmjow. The power of your Zanpakuto is darkness, and as I said before, it can't hurt you, but it can possess you, Ichigo. It's a terrifying power and you must be careful in using it. I know that your emotions are something that you have problem keeping in check, but your rage and hatred fuels the darkness you wield. It helps you strengthen your abilities, but you'll have to find your equilibrium or the darkness will control you. Zanjitsu explained sadly. Yeah, it did occur to me that it was strange that the more rage I felt, the more those flames kept surrounding me and they were easier to control. I wanted to kill them, Zanjitsu. I wanted to rip them apart with my bare hands. You saw what those bastards did to Nell, Haribel, and others. They are animals. Ichigo replied, ashamed of his own feelings. I understand, Ichigo. It's the same thing with me wanting to protect you. You want to protect those around you, and when you're late and they get hurt, you want to punish those who did it. I agree with you, I'm just warning you, do not let yourself get lost in the darkness. Never. Ichigo closed his eyes and mentally nodded. I promise. It was then, when he heard a groan from the one he was giving energy to. He quickly pulled his hands back as he knew Grimmjow's nature. Said Arrancar slowly opened his eyes and noticed Ichigo. You. Kuro Arg. Grimmjow almost jumped at Ichigo, but his injuries prevented him from doing it and he yelped in pain instead. Yes, me, Grimmjow. Be still and let your high-speed regeneration work, I gave you just enough of my hollow Ryotsu to patch you up. If you have any problem with it or with me in general, leave it for later. I have to help others. Ichigo said sharply and stood up, but Grimmjow grabbed his leg before he could flash away. Kurosaki, this is the second time you saved my life, but know this, I still hate you and I will try to kill you again. Nothing's changed. I may be grateful that you got rid of Aizen, but that's it. Grimmjow gasped through small spasms of pain. Fine with me. I don't want you to owe me anything. But if we are to fight again, don't drag anyone else into it, and in that case I'll fight you whenever you want. Ichigo glanced at the Arrancar and nodded to him. Grimmjow widened his eyes a little and let go of Ichigo's leg. What about that green-haired one? Ichigo turned in surprise. Nell? She's okay and in the world of the living. She'll be back soon. Grimmjow nodded, signaling Ichigo to go. He watched him flash through the sand of Hueco Mundo and scoffed. Fucking sucker, acting almighty and shit, you're lucky I have some pride and you managed to gain a little respect, or I swear I'd have kicked you in the balls the moment I noticed your ugly face. He turned his head and twitched in pain. Fuck it. I'm beat. Ichigo landed next to Haribel and let his eyes roam, trying to find any heavy injury. Surprisingly, the ex-Espada had mostly only light injuries, aside from the one that was a little bit hard to look at. Ichigo hadn't noticed it before, when he came to Hueco Mundo and saved the blonde, but now that he had time, he almost couldn't hold his stomach, and with a pure willpower he managed not to throw up. Haribel was missing her entire left breast. It was fully cut off, leaving only heavily bleeding wound. The injury itself was hard to understand. It was almost as if the one who did it aimed directly at her assets, trying to mutilate her as much as he could. The rest of the injuries were only shallow gashes, bruises and probably Ryotsu depletion. With his eyes pointing at her legs, trying to avoid the sight of her bloody top, Ichigo put his hands at her stomach and repeated the same process that he did with Grimmjow. Not long after that he heard that disgusting sound of tissue being repaired and dared to lift his eyes a little to see that from the deep wound, her breast started to grow back. He swallowed hard and teared his focus from the bare lump on her chest to the rest of the injuries. They were too, healing rapidly, and when he was sure he replenished enough of her Ryotsu, he allowed himself a little rest. Repeated donation of his hollow energy was tiring him quite rapidly. I have just enough to heal the other three and then I'll need some fine rest. With his eyes closed, He didn't notice that Haribel regained consciousness and was looking at him in confusion. Then she remembered where she was and tried to move. Her movement was the thing that alerted Ichigo. "Oh, you're awake, Haribel-san. Rest, your reserves were almost fully depleted and I only gave you enough to start your high-speed regeneration. Now that you're awake I should go to your fraction as they are the last ones, who need my help. Why are you here, Kurosaki Ichigo? What of the attack?" She asked him just as he stood up. "Nell showed up in the world of the living and from her I found out about this, whatever this was. I wanted to beat up the bastards who injured her and when I got here, well, you remember that much. I managed to kill the rest of the Ajichas, but the Vastolord succeeded in escaping." He gave her a small smile and flashed to the remaining Eren cars. But there was still 9 of them left. Haribel mumbled quietly in disbelief when he was already gone. "I'll have to find out just how strong he is," she thought and slowly sat, realizing that one of her breasts was showing. She raised an eyebrow when she thought back to the conversation with Ichigo. "His eyes never left my face, is he, gay?" "Not so far away," Ichigo shuddered. I have a sudden feeling that somebody is thinking badly of me." He shook his head to clear his thoughts and concentrated on healing the remaining Eren cars. He located them easily and was relieved to discover that while they were all unconscious, their wounds weren't life-threatening. They were most likely suffering from the same thing that Haribel did, Ryotsu depletion. That makes those horrible injuries of Nell, Grimjo, and Haribel more questionable. Did they leave Haribel's fraction with only few bruises because they thought they were no threat? He frowned and thought about it. It made no sense. The whole attack makes no sense. Why would they attack the most powerful hollows in Hueco Mundo? Why now, after giving them just enough time to recover from the Winter War? Why they allowed Nell to escape? Those were the questions Ichigo asked himself without having any answer. And who is that master? He sighed and wiped his brow from sweat. Well, I can at least think of reason why Nell was so beaten up. She's too much of a kind person and probably tried to shield the others from injuries, receiving those wounds in the process. Small movement alerted him that 2 of the Eren cars he was giving his Ryotsu to were beginning to awaken, so he shifted himself and proceeded to help the last one. As he was finishing, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Haribel was already up and coming to check on her fraction, who were too, slowly getting up, slightly disoriented. Stubborn woman. He smiled a bit. She's too caring to be considered a hollow. Ugh, damn I hurt. Mila Rose grunted from the ground behind him. Me too, what, you again? Apasai blinked and noticed Ichigo, crouched few steps away from her. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Yeah, not that you sound very happy. Why should I be happy to see a Shinigami? She retorted and grimaced at him. Because he's the one who saved us, again, and healed us, again. Haribel finally walked to them and sat down next to Ichigo, eyeing him with interest. Ichigo's sweat dropped and unconsciously moved back a little. I don't like her stare. He decided not to mention that out loud. Oh come on. Don't tell us that he magically appeared in front you, Lady Haribel, and saved you from being executed, in the last second. Apasai exclaimed jovially. When she didn't hear any response, she glanced at Haribel and widened her eyes. No. Freaking way. She said gobsmacked. Oh my god my sides, haha. Mila Rose started to laugh uncontrollably at the look on Apasai's face but then she jerked herself in pain. Serves you right, bitch. Apasai muttered and turned her head away, her face red from embarrassment. Hey, I didn't just magically appear. Ichigo protested, Nell managed to get to the world of the living and told me about the situation here. I was lucky I got here in time. It's not my fault I arrived exactly at such time. Wait, you mean Lady Haribel was really about to be? Sunsung joined the conversation. Mila Rose immediately stopped her laugh at that comment. Yes, their numbers proved too much for me to handle and I was about to fall when he blocked the zero that was meant for me. The thing is, Kurosaki Ichigo, there was still 9 Ajichas alive when I fainted. Not to mention that Vastolord. You told me you got the Ajichas, but the Vastolord escaped, yet you have almost no injury whatsoever. Ichigo avoided her eyes and looked at the ground. Those Ajichas weren't that much of a problem since I was, quite frankly, pissed off at them for hurting Nell. I could have taken down even that Vastolord, but, well. I admit, he made it so I had to let him escape. I don't understand. Haribel looked at him confused. He rigged one of the Ajicha's bodies and made some sort of bomb from it. Have I let it explode, you'd be dead. Ichigo glanced at her and shrugged. She widened her eyes a little and looked closer at his attire. So that's why his clothes are so burned, he must have taken the hit for me, he sacrificed himself for me. For the first time since Aizen's betrayal, Haribel allowed herself an honest smile. When she evolved to an Arrancar, her aspect of death became sacrifice. Now she have found someone who was probably same as her. Yes, him I can trust. Kurosaka-san. Sung-sun tried to gain Ichigo's attention. He rolled his eyes again. Please oh no Kurosaka-san, just Ichigo. She smiled a little and nodded. Ichigo-san, then. You said that he blew the body of Ajichas up, but when Hollow is killed, his body turns into spirit particles quite quickly. Ichigo looked back at the ground, hiding his eyes from their view. I didn't kill every Ajichas right away. I let some of them suffer and die from their injuries. He said with clenched jaw, refusing to look at those around him. Oh. I see. That's kind of nice of you. Sung-sun stated uncertainly. I mean, you did it because they hurt your friend, right? She quickly added when Ichigo looked at her in surprise. Yeah. He nodded and a small, awkward silence fell on them. What about Nell? Actually, what about Grimmjow? I can feel his Ryutsu but... Haribel broke the silence suddenly. Ichigo scoffed. Kitty boy is fine. He's just angry that I saved his sorry ass again. Nell is with my friend in the world of the living, recuperating from her injuries, but if I'd have to guess, she'll be back here in no time. Haribel's Fraxion had to stifle a laugh at his new name for Grimmjow. Dixon, Kitty boy, he's on the roll with the nicknames. Mila Rosa snickered quietly. Haribel slowly stood up and looked around. We should get inside. There's no telling if they won't send another attack at us. Her Fraxion nodded and made their way inside Las Noches while Ichigo glanced at the location of Grimmjow. Let him be. He'll come inside when he wants to. It's not like I'm keeping him here by force. Haribel said to Ichigo and followed her Fraxion. Ichigo sighed and walked behind her. She raised one eyebrow at his action. I thought you'd be going back to the world of the living. Ichigo chuckled and shook his head. Nah. You're not the only one who thinks that this is not over. We need to come up with a plan how to deal with this. Before you say anything, this is where Nell and you live and I consider at least Nell a friend. They can chew on Grimmjow however. Besides, Nell told me that there is something wrong with that little Arrancar. Lilynette was her name. Haribel stared at him for a moment with a thoughtful expression. After a while she turned around and walked inside Las Noches without any words. Weird. Ichigo thought and entered the massive structure himself. Do you see him? Yeah, are you sure it's a good idea? You heard that he was the one who defeated Aizen. First voice turned in the darkness of Las Noches and stared hard at the second one. We have no other choice. He muttered darkly and together they followed Ichigo through the shadows. Said Shinigami was walking through the dark corridors, hoping he didn't get lost. Damn, where's Haribel? She was in front of me just a minute ago. Ichigo thought in irritation. Now. Ichigo widened his eyes when he felt a movement behind him and quickly ducked under two bodies that flew above him and hit the concrete wall with a painful grunt. What the? Ichigo yelled and spun himself to face the attackers. It took him only a second to recognize the duo and that lied with dazed expressions in front of him. He face-palmed and shook his head in slight exasperation. Pesha, Dondonkaka, what are you two dumbasses trying to do? He backed away when Pesha jumped up like nothing happened and grabbed him by the clothes. You remember my name, Uryu. He cried anime tears when Ichigo whacked him on the head. I'm Ichigo, you idiot. Pesha's hands shot in air in surprise. Ichigo rubbed his temples and felt a headache coming. I ask again. What are you guys doing? We wanted to ask you where Nelsama is. We didn't see her when Lady Hallibal and her Fraxion came in, don't tell me she's... Pesha stopped his comic act and gulped in fear. Ichigo quickly shook his head. No. No. She's okay. She's just recuperating in the world of the living with my friends. She'll be back here in no time. You hear that, Don Don Kaka? Pesha jumped at his partner and started dancing with him happily, making Ichigo sigh tiredly. Look guys, not to be party pooper but I'm really tired, can you show me where is the... I don't know how you guys call it, where everybody lives. Pesha instantly stopped his dance and with a salute he motioned Ichigo to follow him. Turns out, Ichigo wasn't that lost and after a few minutes they arrived in a small hall with a table and few chairs. This is where Aizen made his meetings. Haribal's neutral voice surprised him from behind. He grimaced and had to suppress the urge to demolish the whole room. Pesha, Don Don Kaka, you can return to your place and wait for Nelsan to come back. I'll take Kurosaki Ichigo with me. Comical duo bowed to her and with a salute left the room. Come Kurosaki Ichigo, you mentioned that you wanted to see Lilynet. I'll take you to her. She glanced at him briefly and walked to the doors on the right. You know, it'd be easier if you'd call me just Ichigo you know, and far less irritating. Ichigo stated, muttering the last part quietly. Haribal turned her head for a second. Yes, it would. She replied with a mirth in her eyes and Ichigo could have sworn he saw a ghost smile on her lips. She's in my quarters right now, girls are keeping a watch on her. She said and opened the doors to a huge white room with little furniture, but a lot of noise. Oh come on Apasi, I think it was quite funny, you trying to make fun of him and yet it was that exact way how he came here. Who would have thought that he was a hero? Ichigo's eyes twitched at the Mila Rose's comment which he was sure was about him. Fine, but you didn't have to laugh that much. Apasi appeared to be pouting at her comrade with the red cheeks. Sung Sun remained quiet and was often glancing at the only unmoving Arrancar in the room. How is she, girls? Haribal asked them and Ichigo had to stifle a laugh when the Fraxion almost jumped in the air from surprise. Gah, Lady Haribal, don't scare us like that. Mila Rose exclaimed but paused when she noticed Ichigo and flushed a little. Ichigo noticed and waved his hand. Yes, I heard what you were talking about and it's fine. It's not like I can do something about it. Apasi chuckled a little and stuck her tongue out at Mila Rose who was still flushed. So, where is Lilynet? Maybe we can figure out together what's wrong with her. Ichigo asked them and frowned when they looked at him in confusion. Ichigo-san, she's right here. Sung Sun pointed at the figure on the bed next to her and Ichigo widened his eyes in shock. What was in front of him wasn't a small green-haired Arrancar anymore. The Lilynet that was lying on the bed was slightly different. Her hair was the same green and her mask was still there, but she was a bit taller, her face showed someone older and her body was a little more girlish with slight curves. Ichigo looked at Haribal with eyes full of questions. We don't know either. It appears she underwent some sort of rapid growth. I'd say she looks maybe 2 years older. I'm thinking that maybe the shock of losing Stark and your Ryotsu, which you gave to her, might have triggered this change. She answered with a slight shrug. Yeah, when I first saw her, she appeared to be as old as my sisters but now she look like she's 13 or so, although I'm sure that since she's Arrancar she's actually older. Ichigo paused when his brain registered something in Haribal's response and he pointed at himself in shock. Wait. I did this. Chapter 9, Hueco Mundo Part 2. Haribal blinked and looked up at Ichigo. I didn't say I'm sure of your role in this change. I'm only guessing. Lilynet was a part of Stark, they used to be one soul. They were unique and that's one of the reasons Aizen recruited them. I don't think even Sailaporo knew much about them. Maybe Lilynet can enlighten us when she'll wake up. She said calmingly. Ichigo settled down a bit but one question still bothered him. There is that. Why won't she wake up? She's been like this for quite a few days, shouldn't I call for some medics? I can guarantee you'd be safe. Haribal shook her head. No, I don't think that any of your Shinigami medics or other ones could help an Arrancar this unique. Maybe your friend that Aizen took hostage and had those amazing powers. You mean Orium? Well, I could get her. Ichigo replied and immediately turned to the exit, but Haribel stopped him with a frown. Although we could always use something ourselves. We've been watching Lilynet ever since we came here, and from what I know about medicine. She paused and stared at him. What? Ichigo asked with his own frown. She's suffering from withdrawal symptoms, at least that's what it looks like. Maybe, if you would give her more of your Ryotsu she'd respond. Haribel told him and motioned him to get closer to Lilynet. Are you saying she's addicted to my Ryotsu? Ichigo felt a headache that was slowly creeping at him from the moment he met Pesha and Don Don Kaka, finally settling in his head. Haribel shortly nodded. You know, if you're addicted to something, isn't it better to cure the addiction rather than supplying her with the stuff she wants? Haribel's Fraxion were watching them unusually quietly, turning their heads back and forth like they were at some kind of tennis match, not that they knew what tennis was. Yes, it would be the best solution if it was indeed addiction. As I said, right now we're not sure of anything and we're only making assumptions. Should she react badly, we'll take her to that Orium girl. But if she'll wake up, we might get some answers. Haribel pressed him and Ichigo grudgingly admitted that it was probably the best course of action. Fine. He nodded and put his hands on Lilynet's stomach. Now that she looks older she's actually quite cute. Ichigo thought absent-mindedly and focused once again on his hollow energy. Not wanting to accidentally overdose her, he let his Ryotsu flow into her in small doses, waiting for any kind of reaction. When nothing happened after a few minutes of donating his Ryotsu, Ichigo turned to Haribel. See, she's not dash. He was interrupted by a small groan. Every head snapped in its direction and they watched as the small Aaron car moved a little. Huh? You're kidding me, Haribel was right after all, damn women, they are always right. Ichigo silently fumed. Stark. Lilynet's voice cut through the silence and Ichigo glanced at Haribel and tried to tell her that he probably shouldn't be there, with hand signs. Haribel shook her head making Ichigo sigh. Lilynet blinked and opened her eyes at last. First thing she noticed was the lack of surroundings and the presence of the roof. I'm not on the battlefield. Next thing was the fact that she could no longer feel Stark's presence. Not his Ryotsu anywhere near her, not the connection that the two of them shared on the soul level. That worried her greatly. Instead she felt several Ryotsu signatures in her close proximity. Besides one, she recognized all of them. Haribel and her Fraxion, and what the hell is with that other Ryotsu? It's unlike anything I ever felt and, wait, I'm sure I never felt it before yet it feels so familiar. She was getting more confused so she tried to sit down and immediately noticed additional information. First one that surprised her, yet pleased her, was the fact that she was feeling some weight on her chest so she looked down. Her eyes widened in happy surprise. I have boobs. She almost smiled but then she realized what it probably meant. Without turning to anybody in particular, she asked the whole group, who was watching her changing expressions with interest. Stark's dead, isn't he? She asked on dull voice. Ichigo cringed at her tone. Yes. Haribel replied making Ichigo look at her in horror. She could have shown some solidarity and told her that nicer. He watched as a single tear dropped from Lilynet's eye. Poor girl. Ichigo thought, and seeing her grim expression, he remembered his sisters and their sad faces when he told them he'd be leaving them for some time. What about the war? You're alive, but it seems that you're the only one, so I assume we lost. Lilynet asked, still not looking in their direction. We lost, but at the same time won. Aizen was defeated, but thanks to certain someone, we are left alone to live however we like, but shall we try to attack Soul Society again we will be hunted. Haribel noticed that the small Aaron car clenched her fists. So I'm supposed to live just like that? After those Shinigami killed Stark. She visibly shook from the mixture of grief and rage. Stark wasn't killed by the Shinigami that we fought, Lilynet. Aizen himself cut him down, as he did with me too. In the end, he betrayed us. Haribel quickly replied. Lilynet snapped her head in Haribel's direction with widened eyes. That bastard. Then her eyes noticed Ichigo, standing a little bit in the background, trying not to be seen. She jumped from the bed and pointed her finger at him. Why is a stinking Shinigami here with us? She yelled at them, but a moment after that she frowned. Wait, he's the one with that weird Ryutsu. What is he? He can't be a Shinigami. Well, whatever he is, he at least looks good. Who is he? She asked Haribel. His name is Kurosaki Ichigo, the one that Aizen stalked and the one who, in the end, defeated the bastard. Lilynet's eyes widened to comic proportions as she fell on her butt. Way-ah! That broke the tension a little and Haribel's Fraxion chuckled a little. Yeah, that was our reaction to Lilynet. He maybe doesn't look like much, but he can't be pretty scary actually. Mila Rosa smirked at the green-haired girl, who was still gaping at him. Oi, I take offense in that comment. Ichigo finally muttered, offended. Oh, don't worry, you're still our hero. Mila Rose blew a raspberry at him and added a wink. Lilynet watched their exchange with even more widened eyes and with the jaw on the floor. I must have been out for a long time. She muttered and stood up, dusting herself off. Around a week. Haribel told her. It's only thanks to this guy, that you woke up actually. He gave you his hollow Ryutsu. Apasai spoke up and Lilynet hastily turned to Ichigo. You have hollow Ryutsu? She asked in shock. Ichigo rolled his eyes. I'm not a normal Shinigami, that's everything you need to know. He said and snorted when she puffed her cheeks at the incomplete answer. Then her mind registered something. Wait, he gave me his Ryutsu. Haribel nodded with a frown. Yes, twice. When he did it this time, he managed to wake you up. That is connected with what I wanted to ask you. As you probably noticed, your appearance has slightly changed and we were contemplating that it's because of Kurosaki Ichigo giving you his Ryutsu, just in case, do you know something about it? Lilynet sighed and walked to the bed, where she sat down. Do you know how I knew that Starkey was dead? She asked nobody in particular. Partly because I can no longer feel our special connection of our souls, and because I noticed that I grew up a bit. Haribel and others raised their eyebrows. I think you are aware of how I came to exist, right? Me and Starkey were once one soul, extremely strong soul that caused anyone, who approached us, to die from our Ryutsu alone. That is the reason we decided to split. We split our soul to two pieces and because of that, we lost the ability to grow old, well, at least I did. I don't know if Starkey would grow old in time, but it was clear that I wouldn't. Moreover, I wasn't able to gain more power. Basically I was stuck in this form until I'd die. When I saw my boobs, I knew that Starkey couldn't be alive because in that case I wouldn't be able to mature. Now that I'm alone, I'm the remaining soul and because of my previously stunted growth I was forced to grow rapidly. Well, it still needed a catalyst in form of a Ryutsu more potent than Starkey's to make it this fast, but since you said that this guy donated his own Ryutsu to me and he's the same person who defeated Aizen, I guess that answers the question. Lilynet looked at Ichigo with interest. But why would a Shinigami, even one not normal, give his Ryutsu to a hollow still confuses me. You're not the only one who's confused right now. Everyone thought. See, it's not your fault Kurosaki Ichigo, as she would grow old in time with or without your intervention. Haribel turned to Ichigo with a light smile. I guess. Ichigo admitted in relief. Fault? You thought that this is something bad? I got boobs man, boobs. Lilynet looked at Ichigo as if he was crazy and squeezed her breasts with her own hands experimentally, making Ichigo blush instantly and caused the Mila Rose to laugh at him. Alright. Lilynet almost squealed in happiness, when she remembered that Starkey was gone and she sobered up instantly. Only if you could see me now, Starkey. She thought sadly and turned to others. I think I need to be alone now. I'll be in Starkey's room. She muttered and quietly made her way out. You think she'll be alright? Ichigo asked Haribel, after the green-haired Arrancar left the room. Haribel glanced at the door and closed her eyes. She's a strong girl, but I guess we'll have to wait. Not long after Lilynet left, Ichigo himself departed to the long corridors of Las Noches. Since he decided to help the group deal with the attackers, it meant that he'd be spending few days in Hueco Mundo. With that in mind, he asked the ex-espada for the directions to some vacant room, where he could sleep. Haribal explained to him the route to old room of the ex Quattro Espada, Ulquira. At first, Ichigo rejected the idea. He was forced to fight the Arrancar, and from that time he knew of his nihilistic character and believed his room to be depressing. When he found the room, however, the only thing he discovered was that Ulquira preferred simplistic style, similar to the one Haribal used to decorate her room. So there was Ichigo, lying in the small bed, trying to relax, although his face showed his eternal frown. "Old man, you there?" "Yes, Ichigo. Just so you know, I'm still angry at you. After everything I've been through, I still can't use my Bankai. Now that we have time, I want to know why, because it screams bullshit to me," Ichigo asked mentally. "I understand, Ichigo. You already know that when you merged with Shirosaki, you gained quite the power boost, since your hollow powers are now in sync with you. What you however don't know, is the fact, that thanks to that, your hollow powers should have been incorporated within your Bankai. Since you weren't using the true Bankai, they manifested as an individual release, the resurrection." He heard the reply of his inner spirit that made him frown deeper. "But Shirosaki said..." "Shirosaki is just a part of you, Ichigo. Have you ever seen a Shinigami with more releases than Shikai and Bankai? The answer is no, and the fact that you're special doesn't change anything. Even if, for example, I didn't want you to be Shinigami, it is the path you chose for yourself, therefore you are a Shinigami. Your other powers are complementary to the main one and they strengthen it. That's why your resurrection was only a temporary solution for you to use, until the true power of your Zanpakuto, the core of your Shinigami powers, was awakened." Zanjitsu interrupted Ichigo with his explanation, and Ichigo gulped. "That means I'll be even stronger in Bankai? Jesus, well, it's not like I didn't want more power. I need it to protect my precious people, but sometimes I have the feeling that my power will scare people away." "That is possible. However, those closest to you know you better than that, Ichigo. They know that you are still Ichigo, and not some scary monster." "Gee, thanks for calling me a monster," Ichigo muttered and heard Zanjitsu chuckle a bit. Then his eyes widened. "Aw man, and I kinda liked the resurrection, it looked so cool." Zanjitsu only chuckled more. "Well, you have to make sacrifices sometimes. Like I don't know that already." "Wait, we wandered a ways from the original question. Why is it that I can't use my Bankai? I remember you saying, that this time it won't be like then. So, it won't be that harsh training." Ichigo could almost feel the nervousness radiating from his inner spirit. "Something like that. In fact, there is no need for any training at all." "What?" He almost fell off the bed in surprise. "I admit, I lied before. You have already earned the right to use your Bankai. Right now it's just me that's preventing you from using it." Ichigo punched the wall behind him in frustration. "Damn it, Zanjitsu. That's low and you know it." "Yes, but I'm doing it for your own good. If you used your Bankai now, you'd have it with your hollow powers within it. And that's the problem, there is still something you don't know about yourself, Ichigo, about your roots. There is still one dormant power within you, that you must awaken and accept, before your Bankai is truly complete. If you were to use your Bankai before that, it would only make things harder for you." Ichigo blinked twice to sort his mind. "Say again. Another power? What am I, a freaking cocktail? What is that power?" In his mind, he heard a heavy sigh. "You will probably hate me for that, Ichigo, but it isn't something you should hear from me, so I won't tell you. When you are finished here, in Hueco Mundo, look for your father and let me talk to him. I will force him to explain everything. When he told you about him being a Shinigami, I was sure that I would have more time to prepare you for it, so I told you not to ask him more, but now that you have awakened your true Zanpakuto powers, waiting is no longer an option." Ichigo gritted his teeth and tried to calm down. "My dad knows? Oh, his face will bite the dust as soon as I see him, so you won't tell me more, huh? Fine, Zanjitsu, have it your way. I'll trust you this time, but you're on thin ice now. One more thing, what about my Shikai? I shouldn't use Bankai before awakening and accepting that power, or it would cause problem, but I can use my Shikai? It kind of doesn't make sense. Shikai, as you should already know by now, is only initial release. However, Bankai is a final release in which the Zanpakuto gains its truest form. Once the Bankai is achieved, it is impossible to change, you being the only exception thanks to your incomplete powers. Shikai can be molded, that's why there is no problem if you use it. Zanjitsu replied. Ichigo threw his arms in the air and grimaced. Fine, I give up. He thought and cut off their link. How can I have another dormant power inside of me, without knowing it? I always knew I wasn't normal, but this is way beyond that. I understand that I inherited my Shinigami powers from Dad, and after his explanation, I know where are my hollow powers coming from. What other power there can be? Ichigo bit his lip, thinking hard. Quincy? Yeah, right, Uriah would know if I was one. Bount? That's creepy to even think about it. What more is there, some kind of hell powers? He grimaced in disgust. God, I hope not, Gaia. I don't know. He yelled mentally and scratched his head. I guess there is no point in thinking about it. I'll finish things here and then I'll find out for sure. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Who is it? Ichigo propped himself on the elbows and watched as Lilynet opened the doors and hesitantly looked at him. Can I come in? Ichigo raised his eyebrow but motioned her to come inside. She slowly walked towards him and sat on the floor, next to the bed. What do you need, Lilynet-san? She bit her lips, refusing to look him in the eyes. Nothing really. I'm just used to Starcase's presence next to me and I hate to be alone. You're the only guy here, so I thought maybe I could relax better if I'll come here. I'm not counting Grimjo, of course. I hate that animal. Ichigo smiled a little and lied back down. Anything I can do to help. They stayed in silence for a moment, with Lilynet glancing at him a few times. Go ahead and ask. I can almost feel that you want to know something. Ichigo said with closed eyes. Lilynet looked at him in surprise. You never answered my question back there. Why did you help us, the Eren cars? We were your enemies. We are still your enemies since you're a Shinigami. Aren't you worried that one of could decide to kill you in your sleep? Do you plan on killing me? He asked after a while. No. Of course no. You saved me and for that I'm grateful. She quickly replied. Well. Then everything's fine, isn't it? When Ichigo felt some weight on the bed, he opened his eyes and turned his head. Lilynet was kneeling next to the bed with her hands lying on the edge on the bed. Why? Why are you being so nice? Why are you so trusting? I don't get it. She yelled at him, looking at the ground. He sighed and seated himself in front of her. I'm not trusting nor am I nice. I simply chose to believe that you are good. I'm not like other Shinigami simply because I have been a one only for some months and I'm still alive as a human. Why should I think you would do any harm to me? What I see here, in Hueco Mundo, is simply a group of people, trying to survive. Every single one of you lost something. A comrade, trust, all of you carry some burden. Just because you are hollow doesn't mean you are some savages. In the past I believed so, but only because I was told that. Through my experiences I learned otherwise. In Hueco Mundo, there are monsters just like everywhere else. Humans, Shinigami, hollows. We are all just souls in a different costume. I value my humanity more than anything, that's true, but at the same time, I don't consider myself as something more as Shinigami or a hollow. I helped you, Haribel and her Fraxion, because you're a living beings, nothing more. But at the same time, I decimated those Ajichas that attacked them. Why I didn't spare them? Because I know that by purifying them, I gave them a new chance at life. It was my decision, as is everything I do. I choose what to do. I don't simply follow the rules. If I don't agree with something, I won't do it. He turned to Lilynet with a warm smile. You just lost the most precious person in this world. There was nobody else you could trust, so you're free to not believe anything I just said. You are right. There probably aren't many Shinigami who would treat you like friend. What do you know about losing someone? She snapped at him. Ichigo's smile faltered a bit, but he tried to keep it. He looked up and stared her in the eyes. My mother was killed by a hollow in front of me when I was a kid. He said and watched as Lilynet's eyes widened in surprise and she jumped away. BB, but that's even more reason for you to hate us, hollows. She pointed a shaky finger at him. It wasn't you who did it. Should I condemn every hollow for action of one? He shook his head. I'm past the anger I felt. Sure, if I'd meet the one who did it, I wouldn't hesitate and kill him instantly, but I'm now mature enough to not blame the rest of the hollows. Lilynet stared at him and dropped to the ground. I miss him, she said suddenly, forcing Ichigo to look at her. Yeah, there isn't a day when I don't miss my mom too, but at least the pain subsided. Give it time, it's exactly as they say. Time heals. He absent-mindedly patted her on the head, making her to look up at him with teary eyes. Her lips trembled as she noticed his gentle smile and the dam with her feelings broke. Wah! She jumped at him and started to cry heavily, soaking his clothes with her tears. Ichigo was surprised at her actions, but remembering his sisters, he didn't push her away, instead he pulled her into embrace. It's gonna be fine. Just let it out, he said gently and patted her back. She clutched his arms, sobbing quietly. Trying to soothe her, he started to rock her back and forth, just like a baby. It seemed to be working, as after a while, her sobs became softer and her grip got a little bit looser. When the waterfall of tears finally stopped, Ichigo wanted to release her, as he was sure that she'd be embarrassed, but she stopped him. Don't. She muttered and buried her head deeper in his chest. Ichigo almost blushed when he felt something small and squishy on his stomach but forced it away. Damn hormones. It's just breasts for God's sake. She needs some support, not a blushing idiot. After a moment he heard her mumble something. Sorry, I couldn't understand. I asked if I could sleep here. It's comfy and I don't want to be alone. She mumbled. The blush was back again, forcing its way onto Ichigo's cheeks. Sure, if you want to. He replied, feeling a bit awkward. Thanks. She mumbled quietly, and after few more minutes, Ichigo heard a peaceful snoring, indicating that the small Arrancar was already asleep. I could use some sleep too, he thought and closed his eyes, slowly drifting into sleep himself. He awoke at the movements of a small weight on his chest. Groggily, he opened his eyes, lifting his head a little, to see the green-haired Arrancar still lying on the bed, hugging him in her sleep. Those movements were actually caused by her head, trying to shift itself into more comfortable position and burying itself into his chest more. Lilynet's mouth were a little bit open, peaceful expression on her face and her cheek pressed on him, pushing some drool out of her mouth, causing Ichigo to grimace a little. He was considering waking her up as he didn't want to be covered in her saliva, but remembering the difference in her crying face the day before and the expression she had right now, he decided to let her sleep for a bit longer. Observing her steady breathing, he couldn't help but notice more of her features. She is kinda cute, he thought, and almost wondered why wasn't he freaking out, since he slept in the same bed with a girl. Inattentively, he stroked her short green hair, thinking about his sisters and how were they doing back in the world of the living. Being so deep in thoughts, Ichigo hadn't noticed that Lilynet opened her eyes and has been studying him intensively ever since he put his hand on her head. You didn't strike me as a guy who would behave so familiarly towards a girl he met only few hours before. She broke the silence and made Ichigo's head snap in her direction with wide eyes and a pink cheeks. He almost instantly retracted his hand from her head. Sorry, I was thinking and paying no attention to what was I doing. She grinned and caught his hand. I didn't say it was bothering me. Actually, it feels kinda nice. Oh, okay, Ichigo said and continued to stroke her head awkwardly. They lied in silence for a while, Ichigo nervously looking around and Lilynet mumbling in delight. You know, I realize that this is weird. I too, hardly know you, yet I'm here, lying on you, and letting you touch me. Maybe it's because you're right so that you've given me. When I'm near you, I feel relaxed. You are probably freaking out in your mind, aren't you? She muttered loud enough for him to hear her and watched as he nodded shortly. Why aren't you? Ichigo asked back. She shrugged and turned her head on her other cheek. I may look like this, but I'm a lot older than you are. You shouldn't treat me as a little girl. was the only thing she said, and another silence fell on them. So if you know that I'm little bit freaking out, could you move? Ichigo asked her hopefully. No, you're really comfy. She shot back, silencing him again. I don't understand you. Yesterday, when you noticed that me, a Shinigami, is in the same room as you were almost ready to attack me, and now you're telling me that you're miraculously feeling relaxed next to me. Ichigo asked again. This time, she sighed and propped herself on him and stared him in the eyes. I'm asking myself the same thing. It's not like I suddenly like Shinigami or anything. Last night you told me that it was your decision to trust us, Eren Cars. This is the same thing. I decided to trust you, at least a tiny bit. She grimaced a little and lied back down. Now that Stark's dead, I have no one. Sure, there's Haribel and her Fraxion, and from what I can tell, Nilil's Fraxion is here, and that means that she's probably here somewhere too, and all of them are nice and funny, but I need something else. You helped me, gave me your own riot suit, you listened to me, and you didn't push me away when I cried. To me, a hollow, it's something that happens once, maybe twice in a lifetime. Ichigo scratched his head nervously. You're welcome. Ah, you work really fast, Lilynet. Only few hours and you're already in bed with him. I'm almost jealous. Mila Rose's voice interrupted their talk. Ichigo jerked himself and turned to the doorway, where Haribel's Fraxion stood chuckling and blushing a little at the slightly intimate position the two of them lied in. Haribel stood next to them with an unreadable expression on her face. Hey Ike, I'm Dash. Nell showed up suddenly, still a bit bandaged, and when she noticed Ichigo and Lilynet together in bed, she widened her eyes comically and gasped. Oh Ikai. How could you? She's just a little girl. She exclaimed in an accusing voice. It took Ichigo only few seconds to understand what she meant, and he jumped from the bed, shaking Lilynetter from himself in the process, with the red face. What are you talking about? It's not like that, I swear. She just didn't want to be alone. Wait, what are you doing here, Nell? Are you okay? He yelled nervously. Nell flashed him a smile, while Haribel Fraxion started to openly laugh at him. I'm fine Ike, but you're already cheating on me. She wiped a virtual tear from her face and giggled at Ichigo's stunned face. Give it up. Once she starts with it, she won't stop until you admit something. Lilynet told him while brushing herself from the dust. But so you know, Nilil-sama, nothing happened, we just slept. She told the madly giggling Nell, who nodded in response. Oh Lilynet, you look so cute now that you're grew up a bit. Nell exclaimed after she finally stopped giggling. Right? Aren't I cute? And look at that, I finally have boobs. Lilynet proudly showed her chest with 2 medium-sized lumps on it. They laughed together, and when everybody left the room, Ichigo finally moved. Women. He shook his head in exasperation. He almost bumped into Nell, who was waiting for him outside of the room. Thank you Ike. She whispered and briefly hugged him. For what? He blinked in surprise. For helping Lilynet. I thought that she'd be depressed after learning that Stark was dead, but it seems that she's fine. You can say whatever you want to, but I'm sure that it is thanks to you. She said with a wide smile. Ichigo opened his mouth to protest, but seeing Nell's happy face, he rather shook his head. Yeah, no problem. And that is all I can say about Kurosaki Ichigo, master. I see. It was the only hours after the group of Ajichas attacked the survivors of the Winter War, living in the Las Noches, that their leader, Masked Vastolord, completed his report to his master. So the rumors of your strength are true, Kurosaki Ichigo. You are indeed worthy of being the one who could bring the new era. Humanoid figure, hidden in the shadows that everyone called the master, thought in wonder. You are, however, not yet ready for what's going to come. If you are to be the successor, you have to abandon this ridiculous thought of being a Shinigami, otherwise he will have to force it out of you. He was sitting on his small throne without any sort of movement, making his subordinates nervous. What should we do, master? Vastolord on his right, with the thin body but with huge and long arms, ended with claws, asked, bowing his head as low as he could. He gulped when he noticed that his master tilted his head a little and let some light fall onto his face, showing his terrifying grin. Do nothing. He will come here, and when he'll do, we'll have fun. Meanwhile, in the former residence of Aizen Sosuke, Las Noches, the small group of its tenants met up in the main hall. It was the same room the Shinigami mastermind used for his meetings with his own subordinates, the Espada. So, what did you want to talk about, Haribel-san? Ichigo asked the ex-Espada, sitting on his left with a neutral expression. She glanced at him and pointed at the doors. We're still waiting for Nilil-san and Grimjo. You think he'll come? Ichigo looked at her in disbelief. The blonde sent him an almost invisible wink. Oh, believe me, he will come. He almost wanted to ask her for an explanation, when loud voices interrupted him. Gah, get off me, woman. I said I wanted to be alone. Now, Grimmy, be a good boy, or I'll have to punish you. Ichigo turned his head to Haribel and her fraction, who were trying to keep their composure, but failing miserably, with a gaping mouth. Is that Nell and Grimjo? Since when are they so friendly with each other? He muttered in surprise. And did she just call him Grimmy? Oh, I'll have to remember that. That's pure gold blackmail material. Nilil-sama seems to like cats very much, and since Grimjo's resurrection is Pantera, well. Upasi answered him with a twitching mouth, trying to contain her chuckles. Well, I'll be damned. Ichigo thought and watched as the dynamic duo finally arrived at the scene. Sorry we're late, but Grimmy was playing Grumpy Cat and didn't want to come. Nell apologized, patting Grimjo on the head. When the said Aaron Carr spotted Ichigo sitting next to the Haribel, his face reddened and steam seemed to come out from his ears. He turned to Nell and growled. I told you not to call me that. And I'm a panther, goddammit, not cat. He growled again when he heard a small chuckle escape Ichigo's mouth. Something you want to say, Kurosaki? You're in luck that I'm in no mood for killing. Ichigo held up his hands in defense. Nah, I'm just surprised you're here. Grimmy. He smirked at the blue-haired Aaron Carr. Grimjo widened his eyes and a dark look settled on his face. Oh, you will pay for that, Kurosaki. He started to chuckle quietly, but evilly. He stopped, however, when he felt a hand on his shoulder and a chill ran through his spine. Turning his head, he gulped as he came face to face with smiling Nell, who was giving off a dangerous aura. What did I tell you, Grimmy? Be a good boy and don't make me punish you. She whispered into his ear. Ichigo watched them silently and gulped just like Grimjo, when he felt the strange vibe coming from the usually childish Aaron Carr. Damn, she can be scary. It's almost like she isn't Nell. He glanced at Grimjo. It looks like Te bastard went through some punishment already. I almost pity the fool. Nilil, Grimjo, take a seat. We should discuss our course of action towards those who attacked us. Haribel greeted them and motioned them to sit down, what they, in Grimjo's case begrudgingly, did. You have something in mind? Nell asked her with interest. Yes, since we all think that this attack was orchestrated by somebody else and it's probably only one of many, I think we should find their hideout and take the fight to them. Haribel replied after a moment of silence. Lady Haribel. Her fraction looked at her in surprise, and they weren't the only one. Ichigo and Grimjo were too in shock. The blonde former Espada was probably the most peaceful from them, besides Nell, and now she wanted to initiate an attack? The longer we let them gather their forces, the worse it'll probably get. You saw it during the attack too. That Vastolord let his subordinated to be killed without batting an eyelash, that means he must have a way to gather more of them. He only interfered when it looked like we were going to win. Something is fishy about all of this, so the sooner we solve this, the better. I agree that something's off about it, but do you really think we should be the one to invade them? What if it's some sort of trap? Ichigo objected. That's why only the strongest of us would go. Haribel replied and sighed when her fraction started to yell at her, infuriated with the decision. Girls, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. We may have face not Ajichas but Vastolord, and no matter how high I think of you, you wouldn't stand a chance against one. Not to mention if there would be more of them. Even I can take only on one or two at once. She said, trying to calm her fraction down. I agree, my fraction will stay here too. It will be tough on us too. Me, Haribal-san, Grimjo and Ichigo are strong, but even we will be in trouble if they have more Vastolord. Nell stated in serious voice. Ichigo sighed and rubbed his temples. What I'm more worried about is their master, that the Vastolord, who was with those attacking Ajichas, mentioned. If he's strong enough to be commanding Vastolord. I have no idea who can that be. He frowned when he heard Grimjo snort. You're afraid, Kurosaki? Don't worry, if you'll pussy out, I'll kill him myself. Grimjo said confidently. I'm not afraid, but think about it. The only person that we know of, that commanded a group of Vastolord, was Aizen, and you all know how freakishly strong that guy was. Ichigo shot back, earning grim expressions from the occupants of the room. That's true, well, you did defeat Aizen after all, so what are we worried about, right? Nell smiled at Ichigo, who smiled back, but in his mind he was concerned. Yeah, I defeated Aizen, but right now I'm without my Bankai. I'm confident that I could take down someone of Aizen's caliber even with only my Shikai, probably, well, at least the Aizen without Hogyaku, but I don't like it. Right now, we mainly need to find the location of their hideout. Grimjo, you wander through the Hueco Mundo most from all of us, so I'm leaving this task to you. You're strong enough to defend yourself even if you came up against one Vastolord, so you should be able to do it. Haribal glanced at Grimjo, who smirked confidently. Clever girl, aiming at his pride will make him do it regardless of his opinion. Ichigo thought with his own smirk. You can go out immediately after we finish this meeting. You're smart enough, so I trust you'll be able to find something in 2 days. Even if you can't find anything, report back so that we know you're still alive. Haribal looked back at her fraction. Meanwhile, the three of us will try to prepare for the attack. I have something I want to try, so if anyone wants to find me, I'll be training with girls. She met everyone's eyes and nodded. That's everything. She stood up and left the room with her fraction. Ichigo glanced at Nell, who was whispering something into Grimjo's ear. He couldn't hear anything, but whatever it was, it made Grimjo turn red and he ran away with the speed of sound, leaving Nell giggling madly. Nell? Since when were you and Grimjo friends? Ichigo asked her, bewildered. She grinned wildly. Well, since I saw his resurrection. I mean, isn't he cute with those cat ears? She asked him with a smirk, startling Ichigo with the image of Grimjo with cat ears. When he tried to imagine it, he started to laugh madly. Haha, I bet he wasn't very happy about it. She flashed him a wide smile. Oh, he wasn't. But I persuaded him to do his resurrection for me a few times. Suddenly Ichigo gulped when he remembered the strange aura she gave off before and understood how she did it. Alright, so you're now what? Friends? Nell just whistled. Maybe. She winked at Ichigo and left the room, leaving him alone. Women. He shook his head and departed to his room too. When he opened the doors to his temporary room, he immediately noticed that Lilynette was once again there, sitting in a chair and swinging her legs in boredom. He contemplated about sending her away, but he admitted that even if he still considered her behavior weird, her company kept him from thinking about other things. So? What was so freaking important that I couldn't even attend that meeting? She asked him without alerting him that she knew of his presence. Even if you could have been there, you wouldn't go because you'd consider it boring. Ichigo replied, making her snort in amusement. Yeah, don't change the subject. Ichigo put his Zanpakuto near the bed and lied down. We are going to strike those who attacked you yesterday, he said, earning a raised eyebrow from the small Aaron car. She was told earlier that day about the incident by Nell, with Ichigo's help, who added the information about what happened after Nell escaped to the world of the living. Really? When are we going to do it? She asked in excitement. Ichigo frowned and turned his head to her. First of all, you are not going. He pointed his finger at her and watched as she jumped in anger. What? Who decided that? Why? Seeing that she wouldn't calm down, Ichigo motioned her to sit back down and listen to him. Ultimately, it was Haribal-san's decision, but I completely agree with her. It will be just me, Nell, Grimjo and her, who's going to go. Even Haribal-san fraction won't go. We are even considering the fact that this could eventually result in some sort of trap, and the four of us are strong enough to take on even Vastolord by ourselves. Do you think you could handle one alone? She almost instantly retorted back, but bit her lip to stop herself and hesitantly shook her head. It's not that we think you are weak. It's just that we think they may be too strong. Everything about the yesterday's attack smells fishy, and we can't take enough precautions as it is. Maybe we won't even go, since everything depends on whether Grimjoe can find any clue about their whereabout or not. We're awaiting his return 2 days from now, and then we will know more. Eventually, Lilynette calmed down after rethinking the whole situation. She was still angry about being left out of the operation, but considering the threat they may come across, she reluctantly leaned back to the chair and started swinging her legs again. You know, leaving something this important to Grimjoe will only come back and bite you in the ass. She stated and grinned at Ichigo, who, with a small grin himself, agreed with her. Yeah, well. I'm not that familiar with Hueco Mundo. Haribel-san is apparently too valuable, as she's now considered to be the leader of this place, and Nell should be still resting from her injuries. Even Grimjoe shouldn't be moving around too much, but he's crazy enough to ignore everybody. And something tells me that he's burning with revenge for his loss against those Ajichas and wants to settle the score. Lilynette nodded, as it seemed that everyone was aware of Grimjoe's pride. And maybe he wants to avenge Nell's injuries too. They are behaving somewhat differently to each other, or am I just thinking too much? Ichigo thought. I'm bored. What are we going to do? You have 2 days free, we should do something fun. Lilynette whined and kicked her legs up. It shook Ichigo out of his thoughts, and he suddenly grinned deviously at her, to which she reacted by backing a little from him. Oh, since you are aware of the fact that you're no match for Vastlord, maybe I should train you a little bit. He started to chuckle, and Lilynette widened her eyes as he closed the distance between them. Maybe I should have been quiet. She gulped. During the next 2 days, Ichigo kept his word and worked Lilynette's ass off. Since he still couldn't use his own Bankai, he took the opportunity to train himself too, wanting to get more familiar with the unique abilities of his Shikai and the nature of his Zanpakuto. It resulted in squeezing every bit of energy out of Lilynette, and she always dozed off immediately after they returned back to Ichigo's room. That was another thing. Ever since the first time she came to him that evening, after she woke up from her coma, Lilynette never went back to her old room and stubbornly decided to stay with Ichigo all the time. Against his protest, she even slept with him, using him as a pillow without any shame. Being not even 18 years old teen, Ichigo was disturbed by this kind of behavior and reprimanded her that he was a man and that if he was a scumbag, he could have taken advantage of her in her sleep, to which she simply responded. But you are not a scumbag and you won't do it. Making him feel a little bit touched by her trust. After the third night, he grudgingly had to admit that her innocent actions slowly got to him, and he was feeling a lot relaxed, even with her, partly lying on him. She was not like Yuriyuki or other women he knew, that tried to tease him, and she simply enjoyed his presence. It was new to him and he liked it. He was still worried that it was because of her sudden loss of Stark, but after their first talk, she never brought up the fallen Primera to any conversation, so he left the topic alone. It was when Ichigo talked to his inner spirit about better use of his darkness element, with Lilynette lying on the bed, sprawled across his stomach, when Haribel barged in. She raised only one eyebrow at the scene in front of her and looked Ichigo in the eyes. It's time, Grimjoe's back, and he found out where that Vastolord returned to after the attack. Ichigo felt Lilynette tense a bit and nodded. Good. It's time for counterattack. Chapter 10, Hueco Mundo Part 3. How reliable is this information, Grimjoe? Ichigo asked the blue-haired Arrancar, as they were speeding through the vast sands of Hueco Mundo along with the 2 remaining former Espada. Grimjoe growled in answer and shot him a dirty look. Are you questioning my abilities, Kurosaki? Ichigo snorted in response and focused his eyes on their path. No, I'm just being cautious. What if we're being lured there on purpose? Isn't it too easy to find out about their hideout after just 2 days of searching? Something doesn't add up, and I don't want to see someone get hurt because we were too hasty. Grimjoe frowned a little but gave no reply to that. After Haribel informed Ichigo about Grimjoe's findings, he rushed to meet them in the tea room, where they briefly discussed about their roles in this counterattack. Wasting no time, they immediately left the Las Noches, with Haribel informing her Fraxion about their departure. They have been running towards the location Grimjo provided for almost an hour, yet they met nobody. We have no other choice but to trust our skills. We already talked about this. The clash between us and those unknown forces would happen sooner or later, and I'd prefer to do it when I'm ready. Haribel stated from his left. I know, but you do realize that the Minos forest could easily be our graveyard. Ichigo replied in a slightly concerned sigh. Quit your whining already, Kurosaki. Their hideout should be on the outer edge of the Minos forest. That's where only Jillians or maybe few Ajichas live. I doubt we'll come across someone stronger, well, at least till we'll meet that master. Grimjo yelled at him and licked his mouth hungrily. Even if we do meet someone strong. I've been wanting to get revenge for that strike at Las Noches. He chuckled darkly and cracked his knuckles. Ichigo begrudgingly admitted that even he was in the mood for a decent fight. Those 2 days that they have been waiting for Grimjo, he began training Lilynet, and while it was a nice workout, it wasn't enough for him. He was getting the hang of his flame of darkness and could use it more versatile than before. But using it against an enemy was the only way of learning how to control them perfectly, without giving in to his own darkness. Easy Grimjo, don't forget that we're not here for your sadistic pleasure or revenge. We are here simply because it is inevitable. I don't prefer violence, but if they want to hurt my friends, I'll get them before it can happen. Nell said in serious voice, not even using her nickname for Grimjo, showing just how grave the situation was. TSCH. Was the only thing that the battle-hungry Arrancar said. They stopped after 5 more minutes, just before they entered the Minos forest. From now on, no more talking, be prepared for anything. They may throw some sneaky attacks at us, so don't lose your concentration. Haribel warned them and waited for each of them to nod. When they did, she nodded herself and they cautiously entered the place in Hueco Mundo, where the most of the screams came from. Deep in the Minos forest, tall bodies of Jillians made their way towards the group of invaders, with the menacing eyes looking at them from behind. Using surge of Ryotsu from the hidden figure forced them to obey its commands, and their pace increased. These huge Jillians, that consisted of hundreds of hollows piled together, creating a single entity, had no unique identity nor they had any coherent thoughts. They managed using only their instincts. Most of the time, their instincts were telling them to devour more hollows in order to silence the voices inside their head. Right now, their instincts were screaming fear from the one behind their backs. The one with the menacing eyes and a skull-like mask gave them one more glance and grinned deviously. It was time to start the show. Weird, even if they are scared, there should have been some hollows around us, yet I can't feel anybody. Ichigo thought as they ran deeper into the forest. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Haribel raising her hand in front of them, preventing them from going further. What is it, Haribel? Nell landed next to her with raised eyebrow. Haribel turned her head to the group and they saw her worried face. I don't know. I can't feel any presence around us, yet I'm sure I can hear some movements some distance in front of. She went silent as all of them widened their eyes after great numbers of glowing eyes pierced the darkness around them, hovering in the air. Jillians. Dozens of them. Nell stated in surprise. Damn it, how could they have surrounded us without us noticing? Haribel cursed and prepared for fight. Ichigo looked around himself and saw that the huge hollows were decreasing the distance between them and the group. Weird, only when we finally saw them I could sense them at last. Not even a moment before. Ichigo commented and took out his Zanpakuto, measuring the enemy. Doesn't matter, we can finally fight, think about it later. Grimjo yelled and jumped in the air, landing on the nearest Jillian, kicking it to the head and sending it stumbling to others. That was apparently the signal to start the fight, as the other Jillians opened their mouths, red energy forming at the edge. Zero. Ichigo cursed under his breath and all of them had to jump and separate, otherwise they would have gotten struck by a dozens of Zero, which weren't that strong when hit by one. Nevertheless, combined force of a dozen similar Zero could hurt even them. Everyone, take your side and get rid of them. Haribel exclaimed and turned to the hollows in front of her. Right. Nell nodded and did the same, leaving Ichigo standing before quite a number of enemies. Well, let's get it over with. He muttered and charged forward. with Grimjo. The Jillian that was sent stumbling created an open space for Grimjo to release his barrage of destructive kicks, that managed to even tear the Jillian's masks with the sheer force of them, killing them instantly. PF, I don't even need to use my Zanpakuto for the likes of you. He smirked and reflexively, he dodged an incoming Zero from behind, rotating in midair and ripping another Jillian with his claws in the process. He jumped on the falling enemy, bouncing from him to the next one, throwing a drop kick on his head, making it explode from the impact, splashing his blood on Grimjo's attire and a few droplets of blood landed on his face. He slowly licked them and hungrily grinned at the remaining Jillians, whose instincts realized the difference in strength and made them back away from him a little. No fucking chance, you all pussies are going down. He flashed to the nearest one, while charging his own Zero in right hand. He plowed it right through the hollow's skull and released the Zero on the ones standing in the back, killing them at the contact with his attack. His instincts screaming at him, he sidestepped another Zero, but got hit directly with the second one, that was sent his way. Rest of the Jillians froze when the smoke from the explosion cleared, revealing unharmed, but slightly pissed Grimjo. He was sending off waves of angry riot so, making the tall hollows slowly turn, trying to escape his wrath. Shouldn't have done that. Grimjo growled and jumped at the last Jillians, biting off a chunk of its head and spitting it on the one on his left, confusing the hollow with the blood. Time to end this. He landed in front of the 4 remaining Jillians, charging a Zero in his both hands. Sayonara, suckers. He yelled and released his attacks. With Nell. She was speeding off to the other side, graciously dodging any Zero that came into her path, leaving only light footprints on the sands of Hueco Mundo. Her face showed no longer any emotion, as she abandoned them in the moment they were surrounded. Nell was not hollow in her own league. Every hollow acted based on instincts of survival and being strong, most of the time it meant the instinct of the killer. Survival of the fittest. There was no place in Hueco Mundo for the weak. That was the exact reason why Nell could have been considered odd. She never enjoyed the killing, always preferring to solve her problems with negotiations, and using the violence was the last resort for her. But even she was realizing that in this moment, there was no way out of this other than fighting. It became clear to her the moment she agreed with the plan to counterattack. The only way to ensure that her companions, her friends, could ever be safe, was to show the attackers, who is stronger, and thus, violence. If this was about humans or other races, there may have been other solutions, but most of the hollows responded to a bloodbath, to strength. With this in her mind, her face lost its usual soft expression, becoming neutral. She dodged another Zero and jumped, high enough for her kick to reach the head of the nearest Jillian, tearing its head off, spraying the blood on the others next to it. With a fluent and swift turn, her knee found the another victim of her raw strength. Kicking from the falling body, she jumped into trajectory of the Jillian Zero. Without missing a beat, she swallowed it whole, grimacing at the horrible taste of the energy and adding her own Ryuryoku to it. Zero double. Her special Zero easily dispatched the row of Jillians that were unlucky and couldn't evade it. Landing softly on the sand, she quickly charged her hands with energy and sidestepped the Zero from the remaining Jillians. In a quick motion, she punched the air in front of her, releasing the energy stored in her arms. Bala. The attack blew a huge hole in the belly of her enemies, making them collapse on each other. As their bodies started to disappear, she felt waves of Grimjo's angry riotsu and shook her head in exasperation. Hot-headed animal. With Haribel. The strongest of the remaining former Espada was calmly analyzing the situation she was in, all the while casually dodging or deflecting Jillian's Zero with her sword. 8, 9, no, 10 Jillians in front of me. Threat level, small, but if we are already facing off enemies, I should preserve my energy as much as I can. 1 Zero should dispose the most of them. Haribel was probably the most analytic member of the counter-attack force, and she realized immediately that fighting like Grimjo, with unnecessary movements and risk, would probably come around and bite her in the ass later, when they'll most likely encounter Vastolord. With that thought, she flashed from her previous area and landed behind her opponents, who were too slow to realize her disappearance, therefore, they couldn't even see the attack that killed most of them. Zero. Haribel calmly said, and from the tip of her sword, a massive torrent of yellow energy emerged, tearing through the enormous bodies of the Jillians, instantly killing 3 of them. Seeing that, she slashed with her sword, making her Zero to cover larger area and catching another Jillians with it. She raised an eyebrow, when she realized that the shape of her attack was somewhat familiar to her. Oh, right, it looked like Kurosaka's Getsuga, or what is it called, interesting. Feeling a danger, she spun around, deflecting another Zero with her sword. So one of them managed to escape my Zero. She thought in surprise as the last Jillian came into her view. With a burst of speed, she closed the distance between them and with a quick slash, she cut him to 2 pieces. Satisfied with herself, she turned to the side, where Ichigo should have been. The sight in front of her fascinated her as the only thing she saw was a mixture of black and red Ryuryoku erupting all over the place. Such a thick and hard Ryutsu. I'm starting to think that I'm fine leaving him to be an enigma. With Ichigo. Ichigo stood before the slowly moving Jillians, deciding on the course of his actions. With his hand on his Zanpakuto, Shirosaka's voice stopped him. No, don't use the blade. I think it's time for the review of the usage of your hollow powers. Say what? Ichigo thought in surprise. Well, I trained you in how to use your hollow powers in an efficient way, but you haven't tried it against an enemy yet. Since these fuckers are only a lowly Jillians, I think that even you could fuck their asses without Zanpakuto. Look at that blue-haired pussy, he's refusing to use his sword against someone this week and nor should you. Ichigo let go of his Zanpakuto and shrugged. His hollow was right, again. It was becoming a habit, that his inner spirits were right more often than he was. It was pissing him off a little. Without noticing he unconsciously raised his Ryutsu a bit, covering himself in black steam, created by his darkness element. He did it just as the Jillians finished charging their Zero and released them at him. Since Ichigo was talking to his hollow, he didn't even notice the attacks coming at him, making them strike him with full force, raising the sand around him, obstructing the Jillians from seeing him for a while. When the sand calmed down, basic instincts in Jillians started to make them back away from the weird Shinigami, in the way they did when the other ones were fighting Grimmjow. Ichigo was still in thoughts and looked like he didn't even notice being attacked. His Ryutsu, that was swirling around him in the shape of black steam, was so thick that even the combined Jillian's Zero couldn't penetrate it. Ichigo was unharmed and it looked like his train of thoughts finally stopped when he looked up at his enemies. Why are they backing off? Ichigo asked himself confused. Inside him mind, his hollow and old man clad in black face palmed each other. Oh well, guess I'll try my hollow powers. Ichigo said and flashed through the Jillians, stopping when he was in the center. First lesson, Zero. He focused and pushed his hollow Ryuryoku into the palm of his right hand. Noticing an incoming Zero, he straightened his back and used his left hand to deflect it. Immediately after that, his right hand shot out. Zero. Red energy that flew out toward the Jillians in front of him, but unlike the Zero of the others, it didn't stop there and continued to the roof of the Minos forest, finally stopping in an explosion. Nice for a shithead. Ichigo scoffed, as he started to translate some of his hollow's insults into compliments. Second lesson, Bala. Jumping high, so that he was on the level other Jillians had their heads, one again he pushed the hollow energy into his arms, letting it enter his palms. He spun himself while punching the air in front of him with a quick thrusts. Bala. Jillians didn't stand a chance as their heads were being blown off by the violent red energy coming at them in rapid rate. When he was certain that all of his opponents were down, Ichigo landed on the sand with the air around him full of his black Ryutsu, now mixed with his potent red hollow energy. Fuck yeah, well, we didn't get to the last lesson with high-speed regeneration, but I think I'd be insulted if a mere Jillian managed to injure you. So, good job, my Padawan. Shirosaki laughed and went silent after a moment. Yeah, I'd be insulted myself. Ichigo muttered. Looking around, he saw that his companions finished their fights too, with none of them injured. He joined them after dusting himself. With everyone. Took you long enough, Kurosaki. Grimmjow said immediately after Ichigo flashed to them. What's the matter, Grimmy, didn't get your share of blood? Ichigo replied mockingly. A single vein bulged on Grimmjow's forehead and he growled angrily. Enough you two. Don't drop your guard yet. Since we encountered Jillians, it means we're about to face somebody stronger soon enough. Haribel scolded them. You thought about that too, huh? Nell asked as they started to move again, towards their goal. What do you mean? Grimjo asked in a little calmer voice. Think about it. Ever since you became an Espada, one of the strongest beings in Hueco Mundo, have you been attacked by a mere Jillian? Haribel asked him. Grimjo frowned and thought about it, shaking his head after a minute. Exactly. Jillians are maybe not bright, but even they can feel the difference in power. They would never attack us willingly. It was the equivalent of a suicide. No matter in what numbers they would attack us, they would end up dead. Haribel muttered. Grimjo's face showed enlightenment. You're saying that somebody, a lot stronger than them somehow threatened them into attacking us. Probably the same person who made those Ajichas attack us at Las Noches, that unknown master. Haribel just nodded. I get the feeling that he's testing and the next enemies we'll face, will be Ajichas. Nothing we can't handle, but it'll just tire us. Nell frowned. And I get the feeling that he wants us tired. Ichigo finished darkly. Well, he can go fuck himself. This time I'm prepared and I'm not about to let some lowly Ajichas defeat me. They were lucky last time as they surprised us. I'm the king, and I shall prove it to them. Grimjo growled again in anger. Ichigo almost wanted to say something but Haribel's face stopped him with an expression that was almost saying, don't even bother, so he held his tongue and together, they entered the deeper into Minos forest, not even realizing that they should have already been at the enemy camp. Soul Society, Central Great Underground Prison. So this is where it all ends. The traitor of the Soul Society, a man, whose betrayal affected many, whose action cost lives of even more, a Shinigami with unclear intentions, a former captain of the 5th Division. Sosuke Aizen. His punishment being imprisonment for 20,000 years, without contact with any person, began the day of his defeat at the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. His residence as of today? The deepest level of the Central Great Underground Prison. In other name, Mukken. The level, reserved for the greatest criminals of Soul Society, which actions were so severe, they caused unprecedented disturbance in the whole dimension. This was where Aizen Sosuke contemplated his fate. Where did I go wrong? Did I underestimate Kurosaki Ichigo? I can't believe that he could surpass the power of the Hogyaku, which is basically... I see, so that's it, huh? Under the heavy bandage he was strapped with, Aizen Sosuke wanted to laugh at his own stupidity. I was under the impression that it hadn't manifested, but it must have been somehow influencing his soul. Yes, that is the only logical explanation as I, myself regretfully don't possess it. I refuse to believe that it could be something else. Father. I failed you. Aizen's head fell on his shoulders in sadness. It was in that moment when he felt a pain in his limbs and felt some sticky fluid running on his skin. With surprise, he noticed that the bandages, that were restricting his face, fell off. I don't know who you are, but I'll let you know that I cannot be killed as I'm immortal. Was the first sentence that Aizen Sosuke muttered after a few days of involuntary silence. At first, he saw nothing, he could only hear footsteps from afar and feel a light powerful enough that it resonated with his soul, but so weak, it couldn't penetrate the eternal and endless darkness of the Mukken. Show yourself. Aizen said calmly. He wasn't afraid, with Hogyaku inside of him, there was nothing that could kill him. Even Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't do it himself. Who said anything about killing you, Aizen Sosuke? Aizen's eyes widened and threatened to fall off. You, how? There should have been another year before he was interrupted when the man in front of him raised his hand. Feel it for yourself, I'm not the man you think I am. We were just hoping that seeing this face would make you remember your roots. With a frown, Aizen tried to feel the man's Ryutsu, realizing his mistake. I see, so what is it that you want? How the hell did you even manage to get here? The man came closer. You are behaving differently from your usual calm demeanor. Is it from seeing this face? Aizen sneered at him. Just answer. Man grinned smugly. Let's just say this darkness, the eternal shadow, is our domain. You should know what happened. So this, the Mukken is. Man nodded. Yes, and you were right, there is still 1 year left, but with your help, we can speed up the process greatly. What do you say, Aizen Sosuke, will you help us? He walked to Aizen, stopping just a few inches before him, letting him see the outline of his black robe and his long black hair. Aizen shuddered at the small distance between them and his thoughts aimed at one person. I will not fail again. Yes, take me to him. Soul Society, Captain's Meeting, 1st Division Barracks. What? Captain Commander of the Godi I-13, Yamamoto Genryusai gaped at the rude messenger, who interrupted the captain's meeting in the 1st Division Barracks. It was only the 3rd time in his life that he gaped at someone. But he wasn't the only one. Every captain present was staring at the messenger in shock. Even the indifferent captains, like Kuratsuke Mayuri and Kenpei Kazaraki, were in utter surprise at the news. Maan, what did I deserve for this? The messenger thought in panic as the different ryotsu from every captain flared wildly around the room, enough for him to be lying completely on the floor, unable to move. From his eyes, he could see that even the building itself looked like its walls were being pushed back with ryotsu. Yamamoto realized that the messenger couldn't speak, and with few deep breaths, he withdrew his ryotsu from the room, allowing the messenger to at least kneel before him and talk. Repeat what you just said, and are you positive about it? Absolutely, 100% positive. The messenger gulped and nodded. Yes, it was checked personally immediately after the alarms went off. Aizen Sosuke has escaped. Hueco Mundo, Minos Forest. We've been running for quite some time without anyone showing up, it's unsettling. Nell commented as they were dashing through the forest. Yeah, it is. Ichigo agreed and shuddered. What is it? Haribel asked him. I don't know. I get the feeling that something happened in Soul Society. Ichigo replied with a frown. Heads up, I can feel ryotsu signatures ahead of us. Grimjo yelled at them from the front. I told him to be quiet. Haribel shook her head with a sigh. Yeah, well, it is Grimjo we're talking about. Ichigo replied and sped up to catch up with the blue-haired Arrancar. He found him standing still, already in a fight stance. How many? Ichigo asked him. I'm not sure, around 20, maybe more. Seems like it. Haribel agreed next to him. That master must be someone very powerful or very important. I don't remember that many Ajichas being under someone's rule aside from Baragon, and even he didn't rule that many Ajichas, only normal hollows. Nell showed up last. Got that right, bitch. Large Ajichas that resembled a polar bear yelled as he came from behind a tree. Grimjo stared at him and turned to others. Okay, that one's definitely mine. Said Ajichas growled in response, but didn't attack and waited as his allies slowly surrounded Ichigo, Nell, Haribel, and Grimjo. Always trying to surround you, boring. Grimjo said and released some of his ryotsu as a warning. Impressive ryotsu, but you are outnumbered. Another Ajicha stated, licking his mouth. That doesn't mean we're outgunned. Haribel replied and took out her sword, along with Ichigo and Nell. I see you're getting serious. Oi, Ursio, I'm taking the orange-haired cutie. Female cat-like Ajichas yelled at the polar bear-like Ajichas, called Ursio, and readied her claws. Ursio grunted in response. Attack! He exclaimed and the fight began. What is the point of stating who you're taking if there will be at least 5 others that'll do the same? Ichigo's sweat dropped and sidestepped the claws of the female Ajichas, while kicking the tiger one in the face, sending him crashing into the lizard one, who couldn't evade him in time. Ichigo spun around and blocked the incoming Zero with his sword. So that's the difference in Jillian's Zero and the one from Ajichas. Interesting. He thought while trying to analyze the result. He stabbed behind him, catching the ostrich-like Ajichas in surprise and drawing first blood. It seems that the difference between a normal hollow and a Jillian, and between a Jillian and Ajichas increases exponentially. If that's the case, then Toshiro was right. Fighting capability of Vastolord can be above the captain of Godi I-13. Not that it should surprise me, I already fought almost half of the Espada, but still, it's interesting. The fact that Ichigo looked like he was thinking about something else and still able to fight off multiple Ajichas effectively, already killing the second one, seemed to enrage the other ones as they started to attack more viciously, gaining his attention back to the fight. Meanwhile, Grimmjow was in his element as he was releasing barrage of brutal Ryutsu-empowered kicks and punches all around him, tearing through the Ajichas, wounding or even killing them. In his battle-intoxicated state, he didn't notice a Shiro coming at his back. In the last moment his instincts overrode his delirium and made him widen his eyes as he realized the strength of the Shiro. He was in the process of turning when a green-haired person flashed in front of him and swallowed the whole Shiro and sending back a strengthened one, getting rid of 2 Ajichas in an instant. Don't lower your guard, this was a combined Shiro and even you could have been injured. Nell scolded Grimmjow with a frown. He grunted and sent his own Shiro backwards, beheading a small Ajichas behind him. PFF, it'd be only a small burn at most. And it's none of your business, Nilil. I'd fine without your interference. Nell smirked at him. I know, but right now we're fighting together and we need to be in our best possible condition if we are to fight multiple Vastolord, no matter how unlikely that is. Besides, I wanted to piss you off a little. She shot her tongue at him childishly and flashed away. He widened his eyes and a vein bulged on his forehead, the second time in the same day. Damn woman. He turned and released his anger at the nearest Ajichas. What are those idiots doing? Haribel thought, mildly irritated as she bifurcated a dolphin-like Ajichas with her blade. Time to speed thing up. She thought and started to charge her Shiro, when she had to dodge an unexpectedly fast strike. What shocked her more was the fact that she received a shallow cut above her elbow. It's just like the fight at Las Noches. It should be impossible for a mere Ajichas to penetrate Arriero, yet they can somehow do it. I wonder, is it because of their master? Did he do something to them? She threw a cold gaze at the mantis-like Ajichas who cut her in too fast for him to notice. She flashed in front of him and let her Shiro blew its upper body off. Back with Ichigo, he already dispatched 2 more Ajichas, making the number of Ajichas that were attacking him drop to 3. And I haven't even used my full Shikai. Am I still getting stronger? He wondered. Set the darkness ablaze, Zanjutsu. But I have to fight in it to be able to control my darkness even further. What is this? Urshiu, what is with this one's Ryutsu? The cat Ajichas yelled as dark energy surrounded Ichigo. At her scream, other Ajichas stopped attacking and looked at Ichigo with a fear evident in their eyes. You idiot, I thought you listened to the report, he's the one with the strange ability. Don't let those flames touch you, or else. His speech was interrupted when Grimmjow's fist made contact with his jaw, sending him flying. Kurosaki, I don't know what that is, but it's giving me goosebumps. We'll definitely have to have a rematch. Grimmjow called out to him with a slightly excited voice. Ichigo looked at him incredulously and nodded. Yeah. Crazy bastard. He finished quietly. His eyes landing on the cat Ajichas, he readied his Zanpakuto. You were the one who said you'll take on me. Where's your bravado now, Ajichas? Ichigo tried to tempt her into attacking, and when he noticed her angry sneer, he knew he succeeded. What did you say? Die. She flashed to him, aiming a jab at his head. Ichigo slowly and carefully dodged, while silently forcing the dark flames to catch her hand. The cat Ajichas widened her eyes when she felt something grab her and with a stinging sensation she fell unconscious. What is that? Haribel wondered when black energy erupted around Ichigo. She tried to get a feel of it, but when her senses came into contact with it, she recoiled and a cold sweat appeared on her skin. Okay, I don't wanna know what that is, I'm just sure I don't to come into contact with it. She dodged a slash aimed at her leg by jumping over the Ajicha's claws. With a quick jab, she made a hole in his head, killing the hollow. She looked around herself. Seemed like without a Vastolord commanding them, they don't have the necessary ability to remain focused. That's why that group that attacked us at Los Noches was so dangerous. That Vastolord was pushing them past their limits, and he even attacked us when we tried to focus completely on Ajichas. She tilted backwards, avoiding being impaled with a thin claw, and kicked the hand up, creating an opening for an attack. Seeing as the remaining Ajichas that fought her were in one line, she readied her sword. Ola Azul. she exclaimed as her yellow spiritual energy within the hollow portion of the blade launched towards her opponents in the form of an energy blade projectile, tearing them in half. Ike, was that always your spiritual energy? It feels terrifying. Nell thought and shivered when she felt the nature of Ichigo's Shikai. Almost forgetting about her own fight, she cursed silently when she felt one cut on her leg and one on her arm. Yeah, your blood tastes good. Let me have some more, bitch. Bad Ajichas licked his bloody claw, grinning widely. Nell gritted her teeth and flashed to the rude hollow, kicking him in head so hard, she tore it off, spraying the blood all over the place. She flashed back to her original position, trying to avoid his blood. Small drop of it landed on her cheek and she wiped it off with her finger. Gross. She muttered, and kicking the ground she jumped high, avoiding Asiro and landing on the remaining Ajichas' shoulders, stamping him to the ground. Not giving him a chance to recover, she plunged her sword into his skull, stopping his existence. It took only few seconds for Cat Ajichas to return from being unconscious, but when she did, every hollow on the scene froze from her sudden screaming. Even Nell, Grimmjow, and Haribel stopped in their tracks and stared at the hollow in pain. It was their first time witnessing true power of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, of his darkness element. He never told them about it, as he completely forgot to inform them since they all had more important things on their minds. Gaia! Stop it! The Ajichas screamed, trashing violently on the ground. Fucking idiot, I told her not to dash. Ursio cursed at her fate, but when he got a closer look, he paled from the sight. This is worse than reports. He thought when another blood-curdling scream cut through the forest. The Ajichas affected with the dark flame was already scratching her head with her claws, creating deep wound all around her face. Grimmjow was the only one who had no problem looking at the scene, but when a spasm went through the victim's body and her arms lowered, even his face showed disgust and small amount of horror at her next actions. Ichigo was already considering withdrawing his flames. He was sure that the hollow wouldn't be able to fight anymore, but in the next second he had to turn away and emptied the contents of his stomach. She must have seen horrible visions when she suddenly aimed her claws at her lower body and plunged her hand into her genitals, violently ripping them out of her body with a sick sound. She held them up in her hand for an instant and laughed crazily. See, now I can't do it anymore, ha ha. She whispered in deranged voice and fell on the ground, dead. That was sick, Kurosaki. I don't know what you did to her, but it was sick. Grimmjow stated with an obvious disgust in his voice and finished off the hollow in front of him that just stood there, unmoving. I didn't do anything, it was her own darkness that did that to her. Ichigo said after wiping his mouth from the vomit, holding his stomach as another wave came to him. Darkness. Haribel thought in surprise. She too was rather stupefied and had to look away from the slowly disappearing body. Nell didn't make a sound, but as a pacifist, she wanted to vomit herself. Why you, monster? Ursio shouted and jumped at Ichigo, who winced at that and with a sad face dodged the incoming attack, letting the Ajichas crash into the tree behind him. With that the remaining Ajichas renewed their attacks, this time solely focusing on Ichigo, which proved to be their mistake, as they haven't noticed that the other three survivors from Las Noches flashed to him for help. Now that the Hollows were in a small shock from the events that took place just a moments ago, they became an easy prey for the vastly superior opponents. Their attacks being chaotic and slowed down, they proved to be no match against the brute power of Grimmjow's punches, Nell's kicks, or Haribel's slashes. It however, provided Ichigo with enough time to get his stomach under control. The more I use this power, the more sick I become of myself. They say that the Zanpakuto comes from within your soul. Is my soul like that? Ichigo wondered. Of course not, Ichigo, it's exactly the opposite. That's why you are the best candidate to bear this power. Only you can use it responsibly. As I told you before, this is still just a small price to pay for being able to protect, although fear not, when your power will become complete, you will see not just the darkness but also the light. Deep voice in his mind answered him, calming him down a little. In that case I cannot wait for my power to become complete. Thought and shot a quick bala at his opponents. The chaotic fight was at the end soon enough, with only the Ursio remaining alive, although badly wounded. Ichigo cautiously came closer to him. Tell me, who is your so-called master? The Hollow laughed raspily. You'll see soon enough, but only for a short time, as you're no match for him, no matter how strong you are. His laughter died as he blew his final breath. Well, that was fucking helpful. Grimjo commented sarcastically and cracked his knuckles. Yeah, is anyone injured? I think we should rest for a minute, there's no point in rushing too much. Ichigo stated and looked at his companions. They were mostly unharmed, but he didn't miss a few scratches on their legs, arms and faces. Good idea. Haribel nodded and sat down, leaning backwards to the nearest tree. Right here? Ichigo asked in surprise. Sure, since we just proved our strength there shouldn't be anyone who'd try to disrupt our rest. Nell answered and sat next to Haribel, further from Ichigo than she used to, what he noticed instantly. I guess my ability scared you. He muttered sadly. Nell looked at Haribel tentatively and sighed. Well, not scared per se, just, well, it wasn't a pleasant sight. What did you do exactly to her? She asked quietly. Haribel also glanced at him with a small amount of interest and caution. Well, that was the ability of my Zanpakuto, the darkness element. Specifically, the dark flames that makes you relieve your inner darkness and shows you your darkest desires and sins. Inter-fucking-estaying, but why did she, did that? Grimjo asked with disgust. Well, those visions are supposed to be quite vivid and real. I don't and can't know what she saw, but it must have been something really bad. When I used it last time, at the Las Noches, the guy plucked out his own eyes and crushed his own skull with his bare hands. Ichigo replied, covering his mouth when he remembered that particular scene. Nell wasn't faring better and swallowed heavily. I can control the flames somewhat so I won't let them touch you, but even if they did, I don't think the effects would be so severe. It works mostly on bad guys whose souls are extremely tainted with darkness, pure beings shouldn't be affected. Ichigo glanced at Grimjo. But on some of you it could actually be quite bad. He finished. Oi. Grimjo looked at him, deciding if he should have taken that last comment as an insult or a compliment. But you didn't have that power previously. Haribel asked confused. Ichigo grimaced and scratched his head. Yeah, well, it was like this. Soul Society, Captain's Meeting, 1st Division Barracks. What is your report, Captain Kuratsuki? Captain Commander asked tiredly. After the shocking news that Aizen Sosuke managed to escape, Captain of all squads were on high alert, trying to find some clue about the traitor's new whereabouts but without any luck. Captain of the 12th Division came forward with a grim expression. I have little to none new information about this matter. As we all know, Mukin serves as a sub-dimension of the Soul Society and was created even before your birth, Captain Commander, so there are almost no data concerning it. Until this day, we, the Godii 13, used this place for punishing the worst criminals in history of Soul Society. Not one of them ever saw the light of the day after they got sentenced into that place. There is also almost no way of monitoring the area, we can only monitor the criminals. That way we found out about Aizen Sosuke's getaway, since the device just stopped working all of a sudden. It's almost as if that person vanished into thin air. We cannot be even sure if he's alive at this point. Yamamoto listened to him warily. Is that all? Mayuri looked insulted for a moment but managed to mask it with a cough. Of course not. We determined that moments before his disappearance, Aizen Sosuke came into contact with another person. After that statement, a shocked murmur appeared among captains. What are you talking about, Captain Mayuri? It should be impossible for anyone to enter Mukin other was than through the 1st Division compound. Kiraku objected. Yes, I am aware of that, Captain Kiraku. Mayuri sneered at him and looked at his papers. That unknown person is also peculiar in a sense that he, or she, somehow possessed more than one Ryotsu signature. One signature was completely unfamiliar to us, but the second one. He turned to Yamamoto and stared at him with a strange expression, as if trying to accuse him of something mixed with a bit of fear. The second one is very much similar to the Ryotsu signature that could have been felt all across the Siratii almost 1,000 years ago. Most of the captains looked at each other in confusion, but their eyes widened when a weak sound of something hitting the floor was heard. The cane that Captain Commander of the Godii 13 always had with him, the cane that masked his Zanpakuto fell on the floor and the commander itself visibly shook. Yamaji. Kiraku momentarily forgot about honorifics and looked at his teacher in surprise. Impossible. Yamamoto gasped and clenched his fist. What's going on? Su Yifeng asked with her eyes firmly set on the captain commander. Said Shinigami gulped and grabbed his cane back. From now on, the escape of Aizen Sosuke and the existence of that unknown person shall be treated as a top-secret information. All captains, not even your lieutenants, can know about this for now. Captain Su Yifeng, what are the whereabouts of Kurosaki Ichigo? What? Most of the captain looked at him in a shock. Well, I wouldn't tell that to Momo either way. Toshiro thought immediately, but he was too baffled with the sudden interest about the whereabouts of Ichigo. I heard that the group of Aaron cars that he helped after Aizen's defeat were being attacked by someone, so he rushed to Hueco Mundo to help them. That was few days ago and he's yet to come back. Su Yifeng quickly replied. God damn it, that foolish boy. Yamamoto cursed, surprising the rest of the captains further. What's with the interest with the Ichi-chan? Jin asked quietly, for once not sneering or smiling. In fact, the news about Aizen's escape hit him hard and he was trying to hold himself from going berserk. Captain Su Yifeng, how far have you come with the research about Kurosaki Ichigo's roots? I assume not very far. Captain Commander ignored the question and focused on the captain of the second squad, who started to sweat as she felt the intense pressure on her shoulders. Yes, I managed to find out that his two sisters are both spiritually aware. One posse's weak Ryutsu while the other one's Ryutsu is quite strong for a human. Not on Kurosaki Ichigo's level, but it's still very interesting. I couldn't find out anything about his father, it's almost as if he's been hiding. I only found out two things. First one is his name, Kurosaki is Hein, and the second one is that he shares some connection or friendship with the last known Quincy, Ishida Ryukin. Yamamoto's eyes widened further. Is Hein, can it be? Ishida Ryukin? No. This can't be all a coincidence, can it? If Kurosaki Ichigo is his son and... His eyes almost bulged out. God damn it, that foolish boy twice. He cursed loudly again. What is it? Yukatake asked nervously. He never saw his old mentor curse. That must have meant, things were extremely serious. I have a theory concerning the Kurosaki boy, and if I'm right, the boy is even more important person that we thought he is, on a whole another scale. All captains, make preparation. We need to retrieve the boy as soon as we can. He gripped his cane and gritted his teeth. I'll notify the Zero Squad. Hueco Mundo, deep in the Minos forest. So you managed to come this far, huh? A creepy voice taunted them. Fuck this. Nell, Grimjo, Haribel, and Ichigo cursed mentally when they looked around. After their little rest, they further followed the path, trying to finally reach the enemy camp. They have reached it all right. But the enemy was prepared and was awaiting them. I told you something was fishy about this. Ichigo muttered to Haribel. Who knew that he would have a small army prepared for us? She replied with a hint of fear in her voice. At the moment, things weren't looking good for the quartet. They were being surrounded again. But this time, their opponents were 10 Vastolord, which combined Ryutsu made Haribel sweat quite a lot. What do? We didn't consider the possibility of them having this much Vastolord. Nell asked worriedly. We fight, we have no other choice. Grimjo stated with a small bead of sweat falling from his forehead. Ichigo gritted his teeth. I was right, Grimjo obtained that information too easily. It was a trap all along, but what the question is why? I hate to agree with him, but Grimjo is right. We have no other choice but fight them. If you three can take on 6 of them, I can try to fight the remaining 4 myself. Ichigo whispered. What? Are you insane? Even Aizen would have trouble with 4 of them, and as you said, you can't even use your Bankai. Nell protested vigorously. I agree with Nell, that's a suicide. Take 3, if we all release our resurrection from the beginning, maybe we can take them by surprise and somehow take 7 of them. Haribel nodded at Nell. Fine, we won't know until we'll try, right? Ichigo snapped and stood straight. Oh? Not scared. A tall Vastolord asked. They only frowned and raised their swords. Set the darkness ablaze, Zanjitsu. Grind, Pantera. Declare, Gamuza. Destroy, Tiburon. As the four of them released their power, the sudden surge of Ryotsu cleared the area from the sand, surprising the Vastolord with the amount of it. But the quartet widened their eyes, when another person suddenly appeared behind the Vastolord, releasing even bigger amount of Ryotsu than all of them combined, forcing all of them, save for Ichigo, who however had to lower himself a bit too, on their knees from the sheer raw power. The fuck is that? It feels like Aizen after few of his transformations, but yet it's different, chaotic, almost as if the Ryotsu alone emitted an emotion, pain. Ichigo thought in shock. Ah, you have quite the nice Ryotsu, especially you. Kurosaki Ichigo. I have been expecting you. Ichigo widened his eyes at the sudden realization. You are the master, aren't you? Said person came forward, further shocking them with his appearance. It's just like Kurosaki's mask. Haribel thought alarmed. What is going on? Ichigo gripped his Zanpakuto. Who are you? He yelled. The master came even closer, further showing his shockingly similar appearance to Ichigo's resurrection. He chuckled. Who am I? That's an interesting question, young one. I don't have a name. Even if I did in my past, after so many millennia I don't remember it. He leveled his gaze with Ichigo. But since I am the first hollow that came into existence, you can call me the Ancient. Check the description for the links to the author.